I wonder.
Careful about that.
Remember, wandering is a very dangerous thing. Speaking of dangerous things, hello everyone. Welcome to another session of Moonstruck Campaign. Yay!
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 Wow.
we are
Oui, oui.
interesting individuals.
Oui, oui. Oui?
We.
Oui, oui.
Oh my
Oui, oui,
God.
oui, oui, oui.
I just learned something cursed.
Oh god, what have
Keep
you
it to
learned?
yourself.
Okay, I'll keep it to myself.
No, no. Okay, okay. Is it okay for a stream because we are live?
Yes, it is perfectly okay.
Then say it.
Okay. So I was pretty much my logic up to this point as to why Gabite and now Garchomp has never really seeked any deeper relationship with Puccina is because there's no breeding compatibility between them.
There is.
And that's kind of why. Well, I just looked it up and she's not in the egg group. But the reason why that's why pretty much I had her go after Fracture, because Fracture is actually in the egg group. Turns out, apparently so is Scrafty.
Ha! No.
What's egg group of love?
Yeah, not to mention, you know, like, you do realize this is Mystery Dungeon. A lot of Pokemon actually are together, not because of wanting to breed, but because, haha, love.
That is
Yeah,
a
there's,
fair
there's
point.
more than enough orphans to go around.
I mean, yes, but he's-
Yes,
in the end,
but...
in the end, he is still a lot more simple-minded than most Pokemon, so he doesn't really think about that sort of thing. Because, yeah,
It's okay.
he is a Garchomp.
It's okay. One day, his balls are going to drop, and he's gonna be like, oh shit, I need to, like, go and, like, make offspring.
Well, see,
I'm pretty
that's
sure-
already on his mind, and that's what he's thinking about is offspring, not love. That's the problem, because he's a Garchomp. He doesn't think about, I should just mate for love, not for breeding.
I am pretty sure that makes no sense for a character. That makes sense for a normal Garchomp.
I'm pretty sure the one of the two fractures we have with us would definitely be a surrogate parent if you wanted them to be.
Excuse me?
Remember, Skitty and Wailord are in the same egg group.
What?
Yeah. There's an entire webcomic about it.
Okay, just because they're in the same egg group doesn't mean that they can breed. The logistics of it make no sense.
It's a very wholesome webcomic.
Completely, it's like this. Oh my god, oh my god. Anyone who is easily disgusted, please turn off the stream for like, I don't know, like a minute or two or three, I don't know. Anyway, so I'm gonna be telling you guys about this horrifying comic that, god, it was many years ago. One of my friends showed me. And I could not believe my fucking eyes of this comic. Okay, what if I were to tell... Okay, okay. I'm not actually gonna go into detail because it is very disgusting. But, long story short, it is about a Pikachu and a Lapras.
Oh boy.
That's all I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna leave it there.
Please tell me the Pikachu was the male.
Yes.
Okay, good. At least there's no splitting someone in half.
No, it's actually the other way around. It's like a reverse splitting in half.
It's squishing?
Yes.
Fair.
And like, that was like... Okay, so, obviously I'm on the internet, I've seen some shit, right? But that was some shit! That was some shit, man! I definitely lost some sanity. Like, real life sanity.
What I will say is, in Garchomp's defense, if you remember, he is still fighting with his inner Garchomp feral nature, so it is still within reason for him to have typical Garchomp thoughts, even if he doesn't always act on them.
Yeah, but you also have you're also part Milotic who literally like are in extremely long relationships before they even make eggs. Canonically.
Yes, and
Like,
that is
and when I say extremely long, we are talking like we don't actually know how long. We just know extremely long. Whatever that means, we don't know.
well, he is still a mix of the two, though. So
Yeah, I'm just saying, you cannot ignore the other half, man. Not to mention,
no,
these two halves, they themselves are only about a half, because then there's half that is you.
exactly,
Wow, that was actually much more profound than I wanted it to be.
and yet very true.
See, this is the speech that Mewtwo gave to Mew in that movie.
Anyway, so do you guys want to recap what happened last time?
Well, despite the fact of how long we went, it actually wasn't all that much. There was a lot of roleplay in the beginning as we teleported off to Capim Town. Oh, okay, thank you. Glad that
I've used the time to look it up.
Okay. Added
Good.
to my character sheet.
Focus on
Alright.
narration.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
let's get back to the recap.
so there was a lot of roleplay in the beginning as we were getting back to Capim Town. Most of it was between the other characters because Garchomp, as soon as we got back to Capim Town, when Cresselia teleported us, it was either Cresselia or Cosmom. I don't remember which one did it because they were. I think it was Cosmom because he has been there. But anyway,
Yeah.
Garchomp spent most of the time over at the spa because after all that desert time, he needed to relax a bit. So he went to the spa, relaxed, got a good scrub. Trumbeak, after a bit, went with him. Aggron.
I'll recap my own bit because I did some stuff with Aggron.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is Aggron and him did do some stuff before Trumbeak, but yeah, I'll let you explain that then. And then after he left the spa, they did a little bit more roleplay in the. Okay. We did a little bit more roleplay in the tavern. We spoke to that diamond team from the Sands, the continent of Sands, the Jolteon specifically. We talked the most to, and then also Mareep. Well, my character talked a lot to the Jolteon and the Mareep, and started pretty much talking to them about how life is. What's going on. She really likes Garchomp. She invited him to a three-way apparently, but he wasn't even like it would neum right over his head. And then after that, we decided that we were gonna just take on a mission for this town, just to relax, make a little money while they're here before they have to go back to the Treasure City Guild. So then he went off to the bounty board and collected a mission. And then I will let you go ahead and do your thing that you go ahead and recap what you and Aggron did.
All right. By the way, how could you leave out the fact that you messaged your fracture with your Wonder Mail? Found out she's like sailing across the ocean to come find you.
Well, there was that. Yeah, sorry. Just
Yeah.
a lot happened last session. I did remember that, but just wasn't thinking about saying it. Yes. Before they even left the Luminous Lake, yes, he sent numerous messages to Fracture after Aggron reminded him, oh yeah, you can just do that. Because he was like, oh boy, I need to find Fracture. He's like, why don't you just send her a Wonder Mail? He's like, I didn't think of that. Sends her a few messages. She's like, oh shit, I'm on the way to go save your dumbass. I'm going to beat you up now. I'm coming back. Yada yada. And
Yep.
so now they're on their way
Romantic.
back. He did mention that they were about 2 days out, so it's going to be a couple days before she's back. So we're currently doing a mission. Go ahead now.
So when we got back, it was the festival's over. The town's kind of dead quiet. So my character's like, "Hey, I kind of want to make a ribbon for Cresselia and Fracture. I already made one for Clowitzer, who was Cloncher at the time. So he's like, all right, try and find a Pokemon to see if there's like any leftover scraps from the Ribbon Festival. And they're like, oh, go see the Psychic Kitty Pokemon. Or go talk to those guys. And they pointed to, I don't remember what the Pokemon was, but there was a bunch of them. Chimchomp or something? Do you remember what it was, Aries?
Sorry, I was actually reading a message from my once roommate. What were you asking?
What was
What
the one that I talked to that was trying to get us to go to the warehouse?
Oh,
Chimchomp or
Chespin.
something? Chespin. Yeah. So I found Chespin, and they're like, "Hey, come to this shady warehouse. We can sell and buy stuff." And then Aggron showed back up, and I called them over. It's like, "Hey, these guys are like somewhat merchants because there's no direct merchant here." And so Aggron's like, "Hey, do you guys trade this Federation credits to Pokecash?" And they're like, "No." And then like we just kept talking, like, "Okay, we'll give you this admittedly really bad trade deal." And they're like, "Please just come to the warehouse." And I'm like, "You guys are kind of getting a bit desperate for us to go into this warehouse. I'm just gonna go else. I'm just gonna." So I just asked, "Hey, do you guys actually want scarves?" They're like, "Nah, not really." Like, okay, then let's go try the hot springs here. It's great. And Cloncher and Fracture's like, yeah, not really our thing. We'll meet up with you guys later. So me and Cresselia went to the hot springs. I paid for myself to get in, and then she's invisible to every other Pokemon, foreshadowing for when she isn't. And I'm like, "Oh, this kind of isn't right here. Let me pay double the fee." Not really wanting to say why. They're like, "You can't do that. Like, you just pay when you go in and out." I'm like, "Okay." Steps out, turns around, steps back in. Here's the second payment. They're like, "Well, no, but," and then we just walked past them. It's like, and then splashed down in there. Cresselia's just making a Cresselia-shaped water thing in the spa. I'm getting another shell massage. I started talking to Garchomp, and I'm like, "Hey, Garchomp, what if we just use that Wonder Mail to talk to Mew?" And that's a bad idea, but it's an idea for later.
It is a bad
Because
idea.
that's
Let's do
definitely-
it.
Yeah. Hey, look. Last time I had a bad idea, this happened. But we've agreed to bring that topic up when we get back to the guild. And then we went to the bar. Do you want to continue from the bar?
I already
wanna
did
continue
what
more?
I did. I already recapped what I did in the bar. So recap what you did in the bar.
I thought you did a bit more. Okay. So we went to the bar. Cresselia was spotted by the bartender because apparently she is still visible to psychic and dark types. I got a fruit juice. Cresselia got wine. Fracture was being stubborn and ended up getting a glass of water. And Clarissa got something heavy. He specifically requested something heavy.
Basically,
You got it twice, right?
berry brandy, basically.
Yeah. So we had a few drinks, and then I'm like, "All right, I need to see if I can find a Pokemon who can teach me how to fly." Not knowing something about Cresselia, which I will get to later.
By the way, have you
Yeah.
guys ever realized that wine is basically just a fruit juice?
Yeah. I stated in front of all three of them that I wanted to go and find a Pokemon who could teach me how to fly, and they said nothing.
Well, Cresselia specifically said nothing because you see, you kinda disregarded the thing that at this point you started flirting with a certain Pokemon.
No, this was before I even went over to them. I said I'm gonna go ask around to see if I can teach a Pokemon, to find a Pokemon who could teach me how to fly. That's why I left. That's why I stopped drinking with them.
I don't know, man. I specifically have here in my notes that Cresselia has been having a jealous thing.
Yeah, but again, just chalk it up to them like not noticing, not remembering why I said I was gonna go away and stop drinking with them at that point.
But yes, continue, bitch.
So went over, found Aggron and Garchomp talking to some Pokemon and like,
Oh, what Pokemon?
hey, sorry. Where are they?
I bet Aries
Jolteon and
remembers.
Mareep.
Who?
Yeah,
Jolteon and Marie.
Yes.
yes. So yeah, I went. It's like, hey, do either of you guys know a Pokemon that could teach like me how to fly? And like, you're a bird, you can fly already. I meant like the move fly, like that. And like, oh, my partner Dragonfly can do that. Hey, you want to come hook up with us in our hotel room?
Dragonfly?
I'm like, sorry, I'm not really, no. And like, I just want to learn how to fly. It's like, oh, just come bring flowers, come meet us in the hotel room. It's like, no, do I have to pay anything for him to teach me how to fly? It's like, just bring flowers. I'm like, okay, just meet you in your hotel room and bring flowers and he'll teach me how to fly. Because he's an idiot, and he didn't realize that after turning down their proposal, he inadvertently accepted it. He just thought they were going to teach him how to fly. Not the kind of spread eagle he had in mind. Yeah, so then Cresselia's just watching this sipping wine like, Meanwhile, I'm just an idiot who didn't realize the implications of this conversation.
Bear in mind, she didn't even order alcohol in the first place. She specifically didn't until this happened.
Yeah. So yeah, then I got back and then I realized, hey, wait a minute. We've got stuff at like the Kecleon merchants. Oh yeah, they're gonna have nightmares. It's gonna be funny. Yeah, we got stuff at the Kecleon merchants. It's like, hey, Garchomp, can we just like teleport to the merchants and go collect stuff and drop some other stuff off? I know you want to take your time getting back there, and then like, yeah, take our time getting back there, and like, let's teleport, let's not teleport. In the end, we decided, fine, we'll just go do the quest and teleport after. Yeah, so I'm waiting for some moves, I'm waiting for some items and some money and all that stuff. So yeah, we've got a note to go teleport after. We went to the dungeon. There was two things. One, there was just an elevator down to the black market, and then there was the actual dungeon. So we went into the dungeon, and my god, these dungeon effects are terrible. So this is a weird, semi-fleshy, just dungeon overall. Like the small dangers is like miasma and confusion.
It wasn't fleshy.
It like vibrates,
funky.
so kinda.
It wasn't fleshy though. It was just very
Rubbery kind of, you know what I mean?
it was like if motion sickness was a dungeon.
Yes, basically. Basically, long story short, this is what happens when a dungeon is made by Giratina and not Palkia.
Yes.
God,
And
I'm so glad Giratina only made like 3 dungeons.
So not the
now I'm
Not
missing
the
the bloody
Crimson.
ice dungeon at this point.
So, yes, Amber?
No, that one was way worse.
Nice! Yes, Amber?
not the Crimson from Terraria.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know either.
Anyway,
Flesh Dungeon.
Oh.
oh god, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, back to the recap. We went in here. We got hit with quite a few things. But the most dangerous one, we agreed, is the large danger teleported to a random dungeon. We used some will points to avoid that when we could. We got hit with the confusion, and I got hit with flinch, and that was not a fun time.
Crusalia
Bunch of
got
stuff there.
Poison Plus.
Oh
Poison
god.
Yeah.
And then,
That
was-
and then Klovitzer did the most Chad thing ever, where he walk up to the group, had one way to heal, and he chose to heal you in front of Cresselia.
Even though your disability was debatably a lot less dangerous.
Yeah, I berated him for it. I'm like, I get it, but seriously, dude.
I was only confused. She's literally fucking poisoned. What's wrong with you?
Or flinched. But yeah.
Or flinch. Well, I think the flinch only lasts for 1 round, so I'm pretty sure it was confusion.
Yeah.
It was some kind of negative status
No.
effect.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, it was confusion. It was just flinch in there. Yeah. So we went through there. We did eventually get to one of those large rooms. We couldn't avoid all of them, and we kind of just very carefully flew across between me and Cresselia, just flying you guys across. I can fly a Clawitzer again since evolving.
Actually,
Established that.
in the end, to save time, we decided that we were just going to have you fly across and then use our roll call orb to call us all over there.
Yeah, I was getting to that. So we tried to do a little bit, but then we realized that was kind of being a waste of time and still involved you guys being in somewhat danger. So yeah, then we used the roll call trap, and then we reset it and traveled around. I want to point out this spin trap plus.
Whee!
That is, yeah, that is dangerous. We've been having Cresselia disable and rearm traps because she's level 99, crazy good at stuff. She went to try and disarm this, and
She failed.
Power just like, yeah, helping hand. Everyone's like rolling to help her, and she failed. She failed so much, she got flung into the large danger and warped to a different dungeon. Now, the dungeon she got warped to, she refused to talk about, but she said there was Garchomps, and it was a weird dungeon, and she didn't like it. And it was high level, and so we just used the roll call trap to bring her back. And then we continued going until we eventually bumped into a team.
The team is actually with me on this tower right now.
Yeah. Do you want to take this bit here, Aries?
Yeah, so so after the whole thing with the trap, we just ended up, thanks to the fact that it was deactivated afterwards, we just proceeded over, got the clue. It pointed to another location that was way over here, which was our actual objective, the Umbreon that we were after. We, travel. We started making our way there, and then as we were on our way there, we were like, the Team Hope's objective is also up there, in aka Bolt. So we're trying to figure out, okay, how can we go that way without making things difficult? So we tried going down this way, and we were going to go around to get to Umbreon. But in the process, we got unlucky with a random event roll, and literally the worst thing for us to roll happened.
So before you go into that, because this is the bit I'm surprised you skipped over, the Team Hope has Garchomp's beloved friend,
I
future
thought you already
love
recapped
interest.
that they were there.
I recapped there was a team, but I purposely avoided who's in the team or what because I was going to leave that to you.
Oh, I must have missed that because I thought you just said that they were there. Then in that case, yes. Before that, we did run across them. One of our random event rolls was a friendly team, which in this case was the newly formed Sunstruck Renewal team of Blitzel, otherwise known as Shocker, Ralts, otherwise known as Brainwave, Castform, otherwise known as Monsoon, and Puccina, otherwise known as Lupus. And Lupus is indeed his best friend. They had a nice chat. The Monsoon, the Castform, he helped Cresselia, gave her a P.E.K.K.A. berry so she can get rid of her Poison Plus. And we tried to pay them. They refused.
It was the Ratzel, because only 2 of them could see Cresselia.
Right. Yeah, but anyway, needless. The point is, they gave her a P.E.K.K.A. berry. cured her poison plus, and then we proceeded on from there, but not before Gobite could sneak in a hug to hug his best friend. Anyway,
We asked out of character. I asked Cresselia about her. Like, well, what's like the deal of like evolving? Like, can Poochyena evolve? And she's like, no, Poochyena's not strong enough yet.
Anyway, so yeah, after that, there was a little bit more roundabout, found our objective, and then we tried to go around to our objective at one point and ended up getting backed into a corner by the literal worst enemy team that we could have possibly come across. The kind that we can't kill. Because, as it turns out, apparently Lupus's original feral pack is branching out a bit and, taking new territory, and it just so happens one of those packs happens to be in this dungeon, and it also just so happens that the Mighty Yena in that particular pack is her literal brother.
Oh,
So,
do you want to know something funny? You
go on.
know the 3 Poochyenas?
Uh-huh.
Those are also her brothers and sisters.
Oh, no.
I told you that
Yeah.
they have a very, 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 very big family.
Yeah. So Garchomp is kind of panicking because he's like, "Oh God, I can't." They literally have the same crest. It is blatantly obvious they are her family. There's no way I can kill these Pokemon knowing that it would hurt her. So he goes through this whole dilemma of trying to explain to them because they managed to bluff their way out, but as they were walking away, of course, somebody had to remind the GM that they could sniff a certain someone out on him because Gobite happened to have hugged her. Thanks for that, Mono.
I'm the stickler for the rules in some regards. I don't want to win by unfair methods.
I mean, it did create a very dramatic situation, though.
Yes.
Ignore the popcorn I was eating the whole time.
Anyway, so our bluff succeeded, but then they ended up literally sniffing Lupus on him, and then that started a whole new interaction of, oh God, they know that I was near her, and now they want to know where she is, and Garchomp pretty much tried his best to give them like as little information as possible while also not completely lying. And in the meantime, he was also kind of panicking and sending her messages trying to ask her what to do, and she was also kind of panicking, like, oh God, don't, just whatever you do, don't tell them exactly where I live. And he's like, I mean, I didn't tell them exactly, but I also did mention that you live in a town. So now they know that she lives in a town, he just didn't tell them which town. And
out of the 4 towns of the continent.
Yeah.
Striker was still just doing the recap.
Oh boy.
Striker made it.
We did a lot of chatting before session. But anyway,
yes, I was telling them about this horrifying comic that a friend of mine sent me like a couple years ago.
Oh god. I just made a comic recommendation to some people, but it wasn't horrifying. It is a 21-year-old comic though.
Yeah, see, all I'm gonna say is it was a comic about Lapras and Pikachu.
I don't need to know any more than that.
Yeah. I didn't actually say too much more.
Anyway, so yeah, he's trying to do his best to talk these Poochyenas and Mighty Yena down without having to fight them because he didn't want to have the blood of his best friend's family on his wings. And they literally couldn't really do it. It just was impossible to, negotiate with them because they're a feral pack. There is no like convincing them that what they smell isn't her and yada yada. So in the end, he realized there's really only one way out of this. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna go get something figured out. I will be right back. They're like, oh, okay. He walks up to Cresselia, tells her in his mind, okay, I can't kill these guys, and I can't convince them to let us by. You're just gonna have to teleport us over to the next room. So she's
Well,
like, "Oh,
but-
okay."
Yeah. By
What?
the way, Dark Pokemon can see Cresselia. We didn't point that out before.
Yeah, we did. You pointed that out.
You literally
earlier.
pointed it out yourself, buddy.
Yep.
I pointed out the psychic thing, and but I
No,
alluded
no,
to
no,
another
no,
one.
no, no,
you
no.
pointed.
You-
You literally pointed to fucking Puchiena.
Well, that
Oh.
and he did
Oh, yeah.
way earlier, like around the one time we were recapping the tavern. He specifically said we also figured out dark type and psychic types can see her.
Yeah, he's right. So yeah, these
Anyway.
guys could see Cresselia. This one is evolved, so they've met Cresselia most likely,
Yeah.
and they're still just doing this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
They have balls of steel.
so
How
he's
much
like,
longer did you
talk
guys play last time after I left?
like 4
8
hours. Well,
In
after
total.
he left, he said so. About like 4 hours after he left.
It was an 8-hour session, Striker. Kill me, Striker.
Anyway, so he talked to Cresselia in his head and said, I can't, I'm not social enough to be able to talk this down. We need to just get out of here. Can you teleport us over there? He originally wanted to go straight to the room, but obviously for rule reasons that can't happen. So she teleported them just outside the objective room. And we were on pretty much a time crunch at that point because obviously after realizing they had been tricked, they started chasing after us. And we went in, beat up the Umbreon. Our Cloudster nearly got fucking disintegrated by a Hyper Beam from the Umbreon. Thankfully, he had a revive seed on him though, so he got disintegrated and instantly brought back to life. I am terrified by the thought of how painful that must have been. And yeah, we managed to beat the Umbreon in short order afterwards, and now he's unconscious. We stabilized him easily enough. And immediately after that, we're like, okay, we don't want Team Hope running into that Mightyena pack, so we're just going to go do Team Hope's objective for them. Went into the next room, did a roleplay thing with Bolt, pretty much talked to him about his feelings, what's going on, told him that obviously, no, nobody hates you, nobody wants you gone, you need to talk to your friends and, get this figured out. That's the long and the short of it. There was a lot of things said, so that'd take too long to recap all of that. But long and short of it, we talked him into coming with us, went to meet with Team Hope, handed pretty much him over to Team Hope, and then teleported over to the entrance of the stairs down into Salazzle, to Salazzle's Black Market.
So, because I don't want this to be jumped over. We kind of forgot about, or we weren't aware of that whole teleporting past the Magna Gate. That's the reason we went down here and ran into that team.
Ah, right, that, yeah.
If we had remembered you could just do that, then we wouldn't even have activated that event. Also, we couldn't. So the reason the Umbreon fight was quite hard was we were desperate not to kill the Umbreon because the objective is to take the Umbreon alive.
Yep.
But because we were on a time crunch, we had to leave some treasure behind.
Yep.
And also, one part of the conversation I don't want to skip over because it's important. We got into a big argument about like Cresselia's
Morality.
method of morality, and in the end of it, Trumby kind of sided with her and pledged himself to be her executioner. So yay! Trumbeak now has a future in this world. Also, she promised to let Bolt talk to the other person in Sunstruck who's playing the Zora's Bolt's friend that got possessed by a human. But they
I wonder if that someone is currently in VC.
Yeah, I wonder who that is.
Yeah, who could that be?
Good luck with that.
Yeah. So
So-
that's gonna be a. I
So,
don't
can I
even
just
know that that's gonna be an out game or the other game.
So can I just say how much I love how all of these conversations, these like long conversations between characters and like the meaning of what they do and such. In normal Pokemon game, this would be non-existing. This would never happen. But in you know, like mystery dungeon games, this happens pretty commonly.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
everyone who has ever played Explore the Skies would probably know that, that one conversation between Dusknoir and Grobal when Dusknoir is, like, half dying. And Grobal basically, you know, explaining his side of the entire thing. Dusknoir explains why he did the things he did, and, you know, it is like a half-hour-long discussion of morality of why, you know, one betraying Dialga, the other helping Dialga still, you know.
Also, I'm not sure you could do psychic stuff with a Zorua because they're dark type.
Yeah. They're dark types. They're immune to psychic.
Yeah, but they still dream.
Yeah. Every Pokemon dreams.
Well, then we'll see how it goes. It's gonna be. Don't make life worse for Volto. We gave him hope. Don't take it away from us.
Who's Bolto?
Oh my god, that's the third time he said it.
Yeah, I've started the.
Oh yeah, by the way, when we were playing Gladius earlier, he was calling me and Pimp, like, Frak and Oreo.
Oh god.
I was called Oreo first.
Oh yeah, and Pimp was doing the same. I was legitimately losing my fucking mind with these two. Also, I found out that Mono, hosting a game of Gladius is a nightmare.
Oh god, does he have that many mods?
No, the problem is that I was getting 700 ping with him. With Pimp,
no.
okay, with Pimp, who lives in fucking USA, I had like 80 ping. You know, that's pretty reasonable, right? But with Mono! Oh, and by the way, Pimp is currently in fucking Japan, right? So I should have basically the same ping with him as with Mono, right? But no, with Mono, I had 700!
It's okay, it's Gladius.
Well, yeah, it is a turn-based strategy game, so it didn't hurt that much.
Right. Oh, one other thing. We kind of learned that we don't always have to use berries and stuff to stabilize Pokemon, including ones we take down.
Well, it's not so much that we realized it as I just remembered, because I was like, wait a minute, I've gone over these typeless moves several times. I'm pretty sure there's a stabilize ally one there. And so it's like, hey Finn, can stabilize ally be used on someone that's technically not an ally? And obviously the answer was yes.
Yeah, like, okay, so fun fact, D&D is currently dealing with this, because you know how Baldur's Gate came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Baldur's Gate has basically most of the like combat expertise stuff in it, right? Among which is one feature that everyone has just awakened to, which is Shove. Shove is one of the most powerful things you can do in Baldur's Gate 3. It is literally so powerful that you can kill several bosses by shoving them off a cliff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then people found out that it has always been a rule in D&D since 2nd edition.
Oh.
And
I've
everyone...
done that before to beat harder enemies that we couldn't beat normally.
Yeah, and it has always... You know, there's push, there's drawbacking, as in you take your friend and you pull them back with you, literally getting 5 foot of movement that you can do at the end of your 5 foot step, by the way. Oh, Pathfinder has this too, by the way.
I was in a group and we were fighting a construct that we just couldn't deal damage. It was immune to all our magic. We were trying to figure it out, and ideally we were supposed to run away from it and find a solution to it. Nah, I just came up because I was like, I think I was playing a fighter at the time, and I just shoved it off the edge of where we were. It was close enough that I could spend my entire turn to push it, and I got high enough, and I just pushed it off. And the DM was just trying to like, what to do. Look over, it's like, I guess we're done.
Yeah, if you go to D&D Reddit right now, and I know, haha, Reddit, but whatever. If you go to D&D Reddit right now, you will see hundreds of DMs complaining that their players are just shoving their bosses around. And that's entirely because Baldur's Gate 3 reminded the entire community of D&D that shove exists. Now, you cannot really, it is literally just one tiny 3-sentence paragraph in the, in the book, right? So obviously, that's easy to forget. And when the fuck is that ever gonna come up? Well, apparently, very often now.
I mean, I don't remember who it was, but I was watching somebody in this group play Baldur's Gate and they shoved somebody else off a cliff.
That was, I believe that was Oreo.
Yeah.
He was fighting the bugbear boss fight, and
Yes,
he just walked up to the bugbear and just shoved him off a cliff, and the dude broke his fucking neck on a cliff. So yeah, Striker, good luck. Apparently this is gonna become a big thing with a lot of people for the next probably year.
I mean, I
look,
could say the same to you.
Good point, actually.
have you guys ever heard of like guardrails? Maybe.
See, in fantasy world, guardrails are not common.
But if
Except
you're
for
smart
in
enough, they
hyper
should be
advanced
common.
groups.
But yeah, is there anything anyone would like to add to the recap?
No, I feel like we've gotten everything.
I mean, I legitimately have nothing to add since I came in during the recap after anything I was experiencing.
I didn't say anything about your Espion bit. Did you want to tell the recap that bit, Striker?
I mean,
You got a new coat?
I got a new coat. I commissioned. Just a second.
Oh.
He commissioned noise.
He commissioned children. Oh god, he commissioned children. It's literally sandstone. Yo guys, you know what you guys could have done when you were in sandstone?
What?
You could have just like gone around, make a couple eggs, and like sell them.
I mean, we do have a fracture and a Garchomp. No.
Why is Ari so quiet?
I don't know.
I know that sounds horrifying, but you know, Sandstone is paying for it, you know? You could have got to use some fucking cash.
No.
Ben, do you want me to ask this in person in game? But I kind of just want to know what my companion's moves are.
I mean, don't you know?
Well, I've just been taking notes on when certain ones have come up, but like, I think it'd be better if I actually just did know. So I'm either gonna ask him in character, or you could just let me know whichever is easier now.
I mean, that's up to you. I mean, in character makes more sense from like a character perspective, especially if you are not in like a dungeon, but like in a town before you like rest or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Just was not expecting children to be loud right at that moment.
It's their kids. Nothing you can do about it.
So, Espeon, I finally went and got my coat that I commissioned. Was that like 5 sessions ago? I'm way excited for it. I sold some things. I think our little swords, the spears that we had, because I don't know. I just didn't really think I needed it.
Yeah, none of us really needed them anyway, so...
They're mostly used by the common Pokemon who are not trained.
So I know I got the coat, and I'm fairly certain you gave me the coat, but I'm not seeing it. I thought I put it on my character, but...
It's just a vanity thing, so, you know, it's
Okay,
like slotless.
It's slotless? Okay.
So, what did you say?
Good night.
Oh, night.
Night, Ember.
Night.
He's gone. Screech.
I commissioned to have something made for... Was it Trumbeak? Or well, me and Clouster got something for Trumbeak.
Yeah.
I am not remembering the exact thing that we got. I thought it was like a badge or a ribbon or...
I see. Don't say it because I don't know, because I had audio problems when you got that, so I don't even know what it is. It's gonna be a surprise.
I'm just kind of still coming off of work, so it's like I know it's there, and I'll probably think about it, and then I'll probably say it when I remember it.
By the way, if you guys need to keep notes, like very quick ones, you can use the notebook on the table.
Yeah, but see, the
That
problem
would
is
be
that's where I kept one of my notes about the Umbron EXP, and that's why I didn't see it. It
I'm
was
just
on the
saying.
table.
No, I mean in the notebook, like at the top of the screen.
Oh, Striker, we got EXP for the Umbron fight.
He wasn't there for any of it,
wasn't
so
there.
yeah.
Oh, all right.
But yeah.
Sad panda.
I mean, it is what it is. I probably want to have a conversation with that when we're not on stream about that, but I don't really want to get into that at the moment. So,
Is it negative?
okay. I don't think I can do longer than 4 to 5 hours for these sessions.
Okay.
But it feels like I miss half of these sessions when I have to, clunk out. And part of me's wondering if maybe it might be best if I'm not in it if I'm going to be missing more than half these sessions.
Well, I'll be completely honest with you, mate. I wish these sessions were not 8 hours or 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a perfectly valid feeling, and I would be pretty much feeling the same thing if I were you. So
Yeah, because like
I
I
actually
was
did-
legitimately feeling like shit for the rest of the day after that 8-hour session.
yeah, and I actually was thinking about proposing the idea of when Striker goes to bed, we could just generally call it quits there.
Well, depending where you guys are, if it's like a role-playing thing, then I say we could go for like an hour. But if you're in a dungeon, or you're about to go to a dungeon, yeah, just cut.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just where I'm feeling right now. Coming in here realizing that I've missed 4 hours out of last week's session, kind of not feels great.
I mean, yeah. Again, I wish we didn't go for more than that. It's just kept going. I didn't. Like several times I said, "Hey guys, do you wanna stop? Hey guys, do you wanna stop?" Because like I have problems. Because of all of my medical BS, right? I actually have problems doing these sessions for like long periods of time. I need to take breaks, basically. And that 8-hour session really fucked me up.
So what it sounds like, which may also need to spread to other games, is when someone says, I think I'm at a limit, we might need to pause and consider, hey, how long have we been at this? And maybe we should stop at this moment. Or when Finn says, hey, do you guys want to stop? That might be our indication to stop, because Finn's not going to stop it unless it's catastrophic.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we need to be aware that Finn isn't going to stop it until we're ready to stop. Or we get to a good spot and he might mention that. But if we say, well, we want to keep going, he will keep going.
Yeah, that is kind of where my mindset is at as well. I agree. We should definitely just cut them a little bit shorter. It's unfortunate, but I mean,
so as DM, I think Finn could just stop anywhere, but Finn's personality isn't the type to just stop when he's ready to stop.
Why am I being called out?
Because you guys call me out all the time for the same shit. But I just because if I don't point this out, people aren't going to be aware of it.
Yep.
Or think about it.
Also,
believe me, I was thinking about it.
Also, not having 8-hour session means that we will not have to spend an hour recapping.
I noticed you guys were on before I got off of work.
Well, in all fairness, we didn't actually start the recap until around like 35, 40-ish minutes ago, because we did a lot of chatting about things that were not to do with this.
I mean, that's always what happens, though.
Yep.
Anyway.
But yeah, that's just kind of what I've been feeling, and I just hate to say that this happened more than just that last time.
Yeah.
No,
so-
yeah, like
yeah.
I said, you're exactly right, and it is something that I have been thinking about as well, and I wholeheartedly agree.
We need to learn how to control these sessions a little bit.
Yeah,
Because you guys know
I-
that I like freeform shit, you know, I'm very sandboxy DM. And this
Yes.
system kinda goes for that, you know, like, I know you were interested in doing this, and you will learn how incredibly sandboxy the system is.
oh yeah.
It doesn't help that I tend to be the voice of reason, for us more often than not. And when I leave, that voice of reason kind of goes with me.
Yes.
Mostly because I tend to get lost in the roleplay, and I don't think about, oh hey, we've actually been going for like 7.5 hours.
But
Yeah,
yes.
we get lost in the source.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's usually when I say I usually look at the time and say, "Oh gosh, we've been at this for a while. I should go to bed."
yeah, speaking of which,
Mhm.
it is time to begin. If no one has anything to add to the narration.
Nope.
Alright. In that case... Wrong button. In that case, let us begin anew. The nightmare music. Alright, so... You guys find yourselves in the dungeon. You guys have just teleported away from Lupus's family. Together with Lupus and her team. And you are carrying around Umbrian, the thief.
Yep, and Bolt.
And you also have Bolt.
Yes.
And, as you guys are in front of the entrance to the black market, Aggron shows up. Poof! Literally Luna from My Little Pony. Hey guys, did I miss anything?
Well, hello.
Well, let me recap what you missed for you.
No!
Hello, Clarice.
That no
All right.
reaction.
Garchomp gives Aggron a small wave. Welcome back from the Curse of Paper.
What exactly is going on?
Insert recap of everything that we just said here.
Aggron, you find yourself in a dungeon that has weird, randomly shining water around and walls that are literally pulsating.
I'm gonna look at Garchomp directly in the eyes and say, "Did we jump down another hole inside of a dojo?"
He just shakes his head and says, "No, this is the dungeon that we intended to enter when we took that mission. This
What
is the world
mission?
abyss." Before we left Capim Town, we decided we would just take on a mission.
Slowly opening and closing my eyes, because I don't know what you guys recap since I came in at the end of that. So I just you guys say you recap what you just went over. I'm like, that still doesn't tell me jack shit.
That's okay, because
Uh,
your character is not supposed to know.
I'm just going to nod and says, "You want to what? Just direct me wherever you need me to hit things."
Actually, we've already taken care of it, pointing to the unconscious Umbreon.
Oh,
Pretty much the job was a little bit too difficult for the Pokemon around here, because that is a very powerful Umbreon.
oh,
Yes, but he's unconscious
Alrighty then.
now.
Oh yeah, you also... Hey, Aggron, you also noticed that your group has a small army with them. Apparently an entirely different team.
Yep. I think he's met them before, though.
Yeah, he has met some of them. He's met Pucciana.
I am just going to nod again. Says, "I'm just going to be good. We can." Yeah.
Yes, we should. Yes, let's go hit the black market. That's where you're really going to shine there, Aggron.
Hey, Bolt,
Bolt looks at you.
you want to ride on top of your mech? And I point to Aggron.
Bolt looks at Aggron, hopefully.
If you want to jump up, I'm not going to tell you no.
Well,
Can
he
I?
is currently in my wings, so upon hearing that he wants to, I'll just nod, walk over, and set him on your head.
So, Aggron, you cannot see him, but you're pretty sure he's vibrating right now.
Is my metal just kind of tinging in the inside of my head?
Oh yeah, you're steel. That means you would like definitely feel the electricity. Not like hurt, but you would feel it like a vibration.
So upon seeing Bolt do that, I kind of gesture over to Clone, just like, "Come on, get into position."
Klawitzer just looks at you and says, "Nah, not today. Not after what we just went through."
Suit yourself, and I go and fly and land on Aggron's shoulder, smiling up at Bolt.
You're supposed to be an adult now.
When did I promise that?
You evolved. Act like it.
I evolved by the power of drugs.
What are drugs?
You know what drugs are. We talked about that before.
Did we?
Out of character, yes, he was there for the when Aggron was like, "Hey Bolt, if you want to try that fairy dust, moon dust drugs, you can, but wait until you're older."
I'm not entirely sure Klawitzer even like knows drugs properly.
Garchomp is just gonna like face wing, sigh, and start walking down the stairs.
Alright.
If you're not careful, you're gonna stab yourself one day.
Oh yeah, look at those wings, man. Like even the wings themselves look sharp.
I mean, you think that looks sharp and dangerous? You should see his evolve or his mega evolve version.
I'm assuming yeah, Cosmo is obviously with Garchomp.
Yeah, he'd probably be pretty much magnetized to his side. He was just with her, with Cresselia during the battle with Umbreon because Garchomp didn't want him in the front with him.
But yeah, so do you guys want to go to the black market?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Alright, Team Hope is gonna follow, as, you know, they might as well. And this is the first time they're gonna be going to Salazzle's anyway.
One thing I've got noted for Team Hope is the horse one, Blitzel, is like really scared Creselia's here.
Lol. Alright. I'm going to remove the dungeon itself. See, we were going for so long last time and we still didn't manage to like fully finish the thing.
Yup.
God.
Well,
So, in a weird way, Striker is kinda coming in at like the right time because he's done with the boring part and now... Well, not actually boring time thing, and now he's just gonna be there for the, you know, after dungeon bit.
I mean, this is the perfect time for him to show up because he's the only one of us that is completely immune to Salazzle's bullshit other than the females.
Yeah, which, you know, right now you have 1, 2, 3 females.
Yep. But one of them is too simple-minded to negotiate for us. The other is probably too high and mighty. And the other one is also probably too simple-minded.
why is it that I feel like Cresselia is gonna be like a little bit upset because she's gonna encounter so many Pokemon she evolved that are like not good?
Yep,
The Umbreon.
yep.
And Salazzle.
But you don't actually know if Salazzle was evolved by Cresselia.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Alright. So...
But yes, I should say the Aggron is the only one who is immune to her bullshit and very rational-minded.
Alright. So, people. You have entered the black market. The very first thing you see is a shiny, encrusted with gems and some kind of weird shiny metal? You are pretty sure this sign is from some kind of human ruin. The humans in the team would know that yeah, this definitely looks like but weirdly enough, this kind of looks like something from Unova. You know, like, design probably was something at some point, but it was entirely reused to say, in several different languages, this way towards Salazzle's Great Black Market.
Finn, I would like to note down what all of the different languages look like.
Uh,
I've
there,
only encountered 2 languages here.
there,
so-
there are 2 different languages. There's the Pokerole language, and there is the unknown language.
Okay, so it's not actually 7, it's just 2.
Well,
Okay,
In
so
all
what is
technicality-
several?
Usually that refers to more than 3.
Oh, okay. Okay, then
in all
2.
technicality, there is also, obviously English because the humans can write in English, but it's probably so seldom used it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like maybe on the other side of the sign you would be able to tell, like, if this is a sign for something specific that was used way back. But no,
Ye-
right now, this is what the sign was led towards. And the sign leads towards an entrance that looks like, it was definitely some kind of Walmart-style massive shopping thing at some point.
Department
Mega
store.
Mart.
Yeah. Where are you from again, Aggron?
Sinnoh.
Sinnoh.
Or no, sorry, not Sinnoh. Hoenn.
I'm sorry to. Yeah, Hoenn has something like that.
Emerald. Yeah, they've got the big department store where they have the final like contest place.
Yeah. So it actually looks kind of like that.
Oh, it's kind of like a department store.
Garchomp just raises an eyebrow.
Oh, where I come from, there was a town that had a big old store that had multiple shopkeepers who sold different varieties of things and specialties. So instead of you having Kecleons that have whatever they have and then a large variety of things, but not that deep, you have, let's say, 10 vendors that each specialize in something. So you get one vendor that all they do is TMs, one vendor that all they do are vitamins or gummies, one vendor that all they do are capture balls or evolution stones.
So, market.
Yes, but except for instead of it being on one floor, it goes up instead of out.
Well, speaking of which,
When he says market, he means like an open market square as opposed to a building.
No, yeah, I'm referring to a building.
so fun fact, when you mentioned that, I assume you guys are like going inside, right?
Yes.
When you mentioned that, you notice that there's stairs that go up. And yeah, this
Oh.
entire area does look like a massive, just one of those like really huge stores.
Hmm.
Now, I would describe this because I have like a big description here. So, Black Market of Salazzle looks like a series of chambers on top of each other, each in a different theme of a different corner of the world. It is clear that Salazzle has traveled the world several times in her life and has acquired quite a bounty from each of the continents. You can see that there are statues of legendary Pokémon from the continent of Air. You can find what is very obviously part of the wall from the Temporal Tower, from the continent of Grass. You can tell because it is literally written next to it. There's like a sign that specifically says that. You can even see that there is a set of silver wings from the Guardian of the Oceans, Lugia, who these days dwells somewhere deep within the continent of water. All of these are displayed for anyone to see, protected by a large amount of Salandits.
What is the landed again? I can't remember.
The
It's a
little
lizard.
lizard guy.
It's a lizard.
It's
Oh yeah.
It's the lower evolution.
yeah,
The
it's
one- yeah.
literally a lizard, just
Yeah.
like a salamander.
They're poison fire still, but the males will never evolve.
Yeah. You can tell that vast majority of the Salandits are here, and by a vast majority as in you have not seen a one female one yet, all of them are basically male.
She likes to keep her reverse harem.
Yes. Now, you do occasionally actually also find other Pokemon, not just Salandits. Also male. And as you go deeper and deeper into the many chambers of this strange place, you can definitely feel some kind of haze coming upon you if you are male. As you definitely can smell some kind of sweet smell in the air.
Unless you're immune.
Unless you're immune or female. What this smell does is, as long as you are not immune or female, the longer you are here, the more die you lose.
And for those of us that are resistant,
It will be
But not
slower.
immune.
It will be slower process, but it will still get to you eventually.
okay. And as we're walking, by the way, Garchomp is going to start handing out the little 30% off your first ever purchase for new customer things to anyone who would like one.
Oh, is there anyone who would like those?
I mean, I think I'm going to be the one doing most of the whatnot here, so...
Yes, but I don't think she's going to allow you to use everyone's coupons for them.
Well, I mean, should give me at least my coupon.
Well, yes. So
Yeah.
you will get your coupon.
I'll take my coupon.
All right, you have a coupon now for 30% off your first purchase.
Lupus is looking at you. She wants a coupon.
He will offer her a coupon.
Yep, she takes it. She looks at you and says, "Lupus is not sure if it will work. Lupus pretend is not Lupus."
He's just gonna smirk at that, and that's why we're best friends.
She knows.
Then he's just gonna look at Monsoon.
Monsoon is just kind of looking around in like weird like he's like stars in his eyes, because as you guys go to the 3rd floor, you can actually see that there's a lot of strange machinery. Now, I say strange machinery for everyone except for the humans here. Hey, humans! You know that this machinery is straight up human tech. Like, you guys can see that someone has actually managed to run cables through this entire thing, very haphazardly, by the way. The Posha character is probably shitting himself right now.
Over
What?
at you.
But they have lights! Actual electrical lights! Now, the lights are not normal lights, they're actually what you would guess are Christmas lights. So the whole place is very colorful and very shiny. But, hey, it's electricity. This is the first time you guys have seen electricity in this world.
We've seen electric Pokemon.
But, I mean, like,
I know,
industrial electricity is what I'm trying to say.
He's being a shit.
Oh, okay. In the corner, you guys can see several Salandids currently in the process of praising a fridge.
Raise the fridge.
Yeah. And every now and then, you can see a Salandid open the fridge, get water out of it, and drink, ice-cold water. And he looks like he looks probably like he's in actual heaven right now.
I mean-
I look at them unimpressed, wondering what's the big deal.
Just a fridge.
But yeah.
Eventually,
Eventually.
Monsoon ignoring him, he's gonna just start waving the coupon in his face.
Monsoon finally notices you and says, "Oh, yeah, sorry." He would take the coupon, look at you and say, "Sorry, it's just I heard stories about this place."
It's fine. Just figured you'd want that. And then
Yeah.
he's gonna look at Brainwave.
Brainwave just looks at it and says, "I'm not new here."
Okay. And then he looks at Blitzel, or Shocker.
Shocker looks like he's not entirely there.
He'll just tuck one in his little zappy mane in case he does end up wanting one.
Yeah. Upon seeing that, you can see Puchena just walk up to him and just like give him a little bit of a nibble on one of his legs to get him out of the haze. You're starting to feel that maybe he's more vulnerable to this than most Pokemon, because usually Pokemon don't fall prey to the pheromones until like an hour here.
Yeah.
Makes you question many things about this Blitzel.
Yeah, considering electric types aren't actually, like, weak to poison, so
Yeah.
interesting.
Unless he's been here long enough that he's addicted to the pheromone, which can also happen.
Yeah, it's fair. That's fair.
But yeah.
Next, he will look at Clauncher then.
You Klobitzer?
Yes, Cloudser.
Klobitzer just looks at you and, just extends one of his claws to accept the coupon.
He will give it to him. He is not going to even bother with Cresselia because he's pretty sure she wouldn't have any interest in anything here. And then he will look at Fracture.
Fracture looks at you.
You want a coupon?
What's the coupon for?
Whatever. If you have, you've been with us long enough that you get a share of our Pokash. So yeah, if you want to buy something, it'll give you 30% off whatever you want to buy. That's a portion of what it would normally cost is less.
You mean I can use this to not pay as much?
He's just gonna nod.
Give.
He will give her one.
Yeah, she's just gonna take it. She's gonna hold it in both hands in front of her, and she's just looking at it like it's treasure.
I like this Fracture more and more every time she says anything.
Yes. And Garchomp is just gonna tuck some in his the rest away in his bag because he is not sure if she's going to recognize him or not, but he has been here before, so he's technically not a new customer.
Oh, you do look different now.
Yeah,
So,
I guess we'll find out.
Milotic Garchomp.
exactly. So that's the difficult part.
But
It
yeah,
always feels like it doesn't matter if you've evolved or not, they can always tell who you are.
not in Mystery Dungeon. There's literally a big plot in Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky about a Teddy Ursa, I believe, that evolves into Ursaring. And it has like this entire story, long plot about this new Teddy Ursa who just evolved, just getting to terms with them basically evolving and just having to have an entirely new identity. And but it's a long story, but basically no, Pokemon cannot tell. They do actually entirely change, and if you don't tell them, it's difficult for your friends to even recognize you. Some people
minute.
even hate you after it.
Wait a minute. Does that mean I'm no longer haunted?
Potentially, yeah. Though ghost types are a little peculiar.
And for my hunting, I mean, I'm pretty sure an organization as big as the
Federation.
word Federation, yes. An organization as big as the Federation would eventually figure out.
You definitely got them over your heels for a little bit.
Yes.
But yeah. Eventually you guys make it to the top floor. And as you guys are going to the top floor, Cresselia actually stops you, Garchomp. She looks at you and says, I will wait here.
He's just gonna nod and say, yeah, I kind of figured you probably wouldn't want to go in.
She nods. I know this Salazzle, and I would prefer not to speak with her.
He'll just nod at that and say, I'll be sure to make sure that Drumbeak doesn't get too friendly.
She nods and still looking at you said you do not fall prey to her charms either.
He'll just nod and say, I mean, as long as I'm out quick enough, I'm a lot more resistant to it than others.
She nods and she will stay behind.
Alrighty. Haha, I guessed right that she would have no interest.
Yeah, apparently she and the Salazzle have a history.
I mean, considering this Salazzle has probably met and battled with several legendaries, she probably would have at some point tried Cresselia.
But yeah. You can see that this staircase has two more signs that are leading to that are very obviously leading you up, and there is one special sign that says that no refunds.
I would probably know exactly where I'm going.
Yes. But yeah.
Alright.
You lead everyone upstairs, and there you can see, well, I want to call it a counter, but it's like massively overblown with like paintings and more greedy stuff. Oh my god, you can literally see a literal pile, a treasure trove of Pokesh behind the counter. And you can see Salazzle currently sitting in an office chair. Yes, office chair. Rotating in place. And she's wearing a strange dress that has a... Well, it has a very feathery thing to it, you know, like it has a lot of different feathers from different bird Pokemon. Upon seeing you, she stops. She smiles. And she picks up a little bit of a professional air about her. As she's looking at you guys with a grin that could only be described as a bird of
Predatory.
a bird of prey looking at the next snack.
I mean, I am kind of a snack.
Garchomp, upon leading the way in, is just going to motion towards Aggron for him to do his thing.
I will step forward.
Alright. You step forward, and you can see Salazzle. Honestly, she doesn't look very dangerous at all. Like,
I'm gonna smile.
yeah, like, if anything, she looks a little bit goofy.
I'm going to smile and kind of just give a nod. Says, "Welcome, ma'am. You fine establishment you have."
Give me a second. Just opening script. There we go. She looks at you, still grinning a little bit, and she says, "Ah, hello there. You do not see many Aggrons lately."
Not from around here.
Yeah, your kind is usually stuck in mountains, doing what Aggrons do.
Eating lots and lots of raw materials.
Yeah, on some level it is actually a wonderful life. A life that I could appreciate myself, probably in a couple 100 years.
It does have its upsides.
Anyway, is there anything you would like to buy? I assume you are here for that kind of reason. Considering
Yes.
considering you didn't come by the elevator, you came through a dungeon.
Indeed. I am going to side eye Garchomp says, and then whisper, "What were we getting again?"
Well, as of right now, nothing specific, though. He's gonna actually, like, nudge the, like, artifact over to you, like the Cosmom artifact, and say, though if she has any of these that, like, match to this, it might be a good idea to buy these off her.
Ah.
So he will hand that to him to show her.
We are looking to see if we can procure more of these, if you happen to have come across any.
She looks at it, and with a grin, she looks you straight in the eyes and says, "I don't know. I may have a couple. Maybe even only one. Maybe you have one and I have one. Two of the pair. What's it to you?"
I mean, obviously I'm looking for more.
Alright. It seems like you have a great need of this. How much would you be willing to pay for it? I mean, it is technically two of a kind. And from what I understand, one is not worth a lot. But together, now that is worth a lot from what I understand.
Now, is this separate from the Cosmog artifact that I have in my inventory?
Nope. Sorry. I was actually referencing that one, so actually you would have had it
Okay.
the whole time.
Okay. I mean, mostly as a collectible knickknack, as I gesture to our where do we still have him? The Cosmoian?
He's on my character.
Yeah.
Yep.
As I gesture to Garchomp as, kind of his pre-evolution. It's just been most of a kind of a fun collectible. I mean, if you're not willing to part with it, that's I understand that.
There has been a strange amount of Pokemon lately looking for this one piece, and from under the counter, she pulls out a similar-looking artifact, but instead of a moon theme, it is a sun theme, and the being around Cosmoem doesn't look like a bat, but it looks like a lion.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yes, and like I said, so many Pokemon lately have been looking for this piece, and I didn't sell them because they didn't have the other piece, but now here you are. I'm sure we can make
I
it.
mean,
I'm sure we can make a deal.
sure. Are you looking for a specific amount for that?
No. She looks behind her, then she looks at you and says, "As you can see, I don't exactly have a need of Pokesh."
No, no. I mean, if you want to trade for something else, I don't know what else I might have that would interest you.
I do have need of other things, you see, my friend.
Well,
We can consider each other friends, right?
I smile at her, says, I mean, I've got no issue with that. I always like making friends.
But yeah.
I was mostly
No,
typing that for him to ask at some point.
Now, me and my friends, we have a diverse knowledge from our travels, but we still can't make heads or tails of what's written on our little artifact here. Do you know what's written on yours by any chance?
Oh, I do. I know exactly what's written there. Took a little bit of translating. It is an old script that was used by, well, from what I understand, ancient Pokemon. Very powerful Pokemon. Have you ever heard of the Creation Trio?
Oh, yes.
Yes, it was a language used during those times when they were new and fresh. Before the big electric noodle in space has restarted everything at least twice, from what I understand.
I mean, so obviously I would like to know what's written on ours, but I'm not going to assume that you would divulge that freely immediately.
Well, I'm fairly certain that if I tell you, it may make you more interested in getting the other piece.
Probably. Since you're not tight for cash, obviously, it seems like you might be needing something else that we might be able to provide.
She makes herself comfortable in the chair, crossing her legs as she's sitting, tapping her tail around excitedly and says, "Yes, I do have need of you. You look very strong and big and masculine. The perfect type."
He says, I mean, I'm definitely big. Not sure. Well, yeah. I guess I have improved my strength recently.
Well, I do have let's just say an annoyance that is actually on this very continent, fairly far away from here. And that I would like this annoyance to be taught a lesson. Now, I cannot do it myself because I am incredibly busy, as you can see. She doesn't look very busy, by the way.
I mean, of course, I'm sure you probably only counted your poke cache, what, twice, 3 times today?
Oh, I don't actually count it myself.
Of course not, but you got the reports, and that's tiring.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I mean, do you have any idea how difficult it is to have 119 husbands?
No, I'm not actually interested in those kind of relationships.
Yeah, I need to remember all of their names, well, usually, and I need to appease them, make them happy, you know, make them feel needed and respected, and, you know, recently I even lost one, he just kind of vanished somewhere, hopefully he didn't get eaten.
That would be inconvenient.
Yeah, like it's a very difficult thing. But yes, so how about we make a little bit of a deal? I will tell you what is on your tablet, and if you wish to get my tablet, you will help me with this issue. What do you think, Aggron?
I mean, that sounds reasonable. And where might we go about doing this?
Alright. So there is a place in far, far north of this continent, there is an island. And on that island is a Pokemon of extreme power. We are talking so powerful that he can make volcanoes erupt at will.
Huh. That sounds dangerous.
Yes, it is an incredibly dangerous Pokemon. He's also very, very, very stupid.
I mean, yeah. Are you needing us to go knock him out, bring him back?
Well, I would like you to go to this Pokemon, beat him up a little bit, and then tell him that it came from me. Now, there is no point in killing him. I can tell you that. You see, it is one of those funky Pokemon that when you kill them, they just come back. Literally one of the kind.
Okay.
So, this Pokemon, I believe his name is Heatran.
Heatran.
Yes. Me and him, we had, it is a little personal, but let's just say that we have acquainted each other, and then it didn't go anywhere, and long story short, I want him to the lesson after what he said to me.
Huh. And so now you're no longer on good terms.
We are on extremely terrible terms. Like, when I say terrible terms, I really mean terrible terms.
Is it because, he doesn't fall for your usual wiles?
Something like that. That actually kind of made him a really fun prey. But sadly, he never was into too much of a. Let's just say that he's not a very much a relationship-minded individual.
I mean, I'm kind of in that same perspective as well.
She's just got a visibly sign that says, "Oh, steel toes like this."
Yeah, basically.
I guess it is all about that cold steel.
I mean, you're just wanting someone to warm up, and it sometimes takes us a bit with a harder exterior, and I kind of knock on my shell.
Well, I can definitely tell you that Heatran is anything but not warm. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Sometimes it was downright impossible to be near him. Especially when he got angry. Not because he was angry, but because he kind of lives in a volcano.
Ironically, both me and Heatran counter both of your specialties, considering we're both immune to, I kind of wave to the air, and also to any fiery persuasion you may have as well.
Well, to be honest, I would never use my special abilities in order to maybe control the minds of other Pokemon. I mean, that would make me a bad Pokemon, and I am not a bad Pokemon. I'm here running a shop, my friend.
You're a legitimate business person, and if
Yeah.
that got out that you're manipulating people, that would be absolutely awful
Yes.
and slanderous.
Yes, and I hate slander. She says, winking.
I can understand that. I mean, everyone just thinks that Aggrons are big, dumb brutes.
I mean, you are big, but I'm running a conversation with you, and you are the first Aggron I ever run a conversation with, and that means you have now painted my image of every Aggron on the planet.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. It's not exactly the experience others have had with Aggrons, so I'm glad I get to be your first.
She winks.
You know what? I winked back at her.
Ah, you are a good sport. Alright, I think you have what it takes. So this Heatran, he is in a place that is very, very, very hot. He is in a place quite literally called the Giant Volcano.
Okay. That sounds not terrible for us. We are a group that's mostly resistant to fire.
Well, from what I understand, there's a network of tunnels in there that leads to every volcano in the world. And Heatran happens to know all the passages.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine how quickly he can travel between different volcanoes? But that one is his home. So that is where you will find him. You can technically find him in any volcano, there's a chance for it. But that one, he will always be at.
Or, be coming back to if he's not there.
Yes. Now I do have to say he has quite a fiery personality, and if you talk to him and anger him in any way, shape or form, he will go into a furious rage in which he will actually just kinda burst everything into flames.
Yeah, that's that can be dangerous. But
Indeed.
luckily, again, like I said, we're a pretty resistant group.
So, what do you think? Do we have a deal?
So we go there, and we beat him up, right?
Yep, you beat him up and say that it came from Salazzle. And that's it, nothing else. You don't have to kill him. I mean, you can kill him if you want to, but it's not gonna really achieve anything. Like, in a month or two, he's gonna be back.
And if he has a message for you,
Then deliver it. In any way. You guild types have those funky Wonder Mail thingies, she says, as she has Wonder Mail, like a pack of Wonder Mails on the counter next to her.
so you're not wanting to send an actual message. You just want him to know that you're still angry at him
Yes.
without using words.
Yes.
Or he's just not accepting your wonder mail and not replying.
I will not confirm that, nor deny it.
Or you don't want to be the one to go and try to open that communication.
Yes, I want him to come to me.
So, the one who isn't chasing you has your attention.
Oh, I have no idea where you are going with this there, Aggron. Just know that you are stepping on dangerous ground and you should probably drop the topic.
I was just wanting to point out that, have you ever tried to be the pursuer before?
Yes, with Heatran.
Now, if that was successful with you pursuing him, how fulfilling would that be?
I mean, that would be very fulfilling. I mean, I have never seen a male being this resistant to my charm.
And do you really think it would be as fulfilling if he came crawling back here? Or at least coming up to you, but maybe not with the attitude you're expecting?
You see, I kind of want him to grovel. Please tell me that there is not, like, let's say someone bests you in some way. Like, I cannot imagine someone besting you, I mean, look at you. But, let's say someone would best you, in a let's say, a performance or, I don't know, anything that you enjoy yourself. Surely it would be very enjoyable for you to see them grovel before you.
I'd rather work with someone than have them crawl towards me, but,
Well, you
I
see,
get what you're getting at.
no, well, you see, after he grovels, I would then apologize to him, and we can restart the entire thing. You see, I understand that you would not understand this. It is a, how to say it? It is a very feminine thing. It is something that us Salazzles have very much in common because we have very, very big hearts. She says, touching her chest.
I mean, the biggest hearts. I've only heard, all the same wonderful things about Salazzles.
By the way, from behind you just hear Fracture says, but Fracture has bigger heart. I've eaten Salazzles before.
I am pointedly ignoring our fracture friend. Says, um, and you know, all I ever hear is how fiery and passionate and infectious they are towards those that they enjoy.
Yes. Oh, and I do actually have one more topic I want to talk to you about.
Oh,
Could you please not deliver my wonderful sweetheart over there to wherever you are delivering him to?
I'm sorry. One more time.
Could you please not deliver my wonderful sweetheart over there to wherever you are gonna be delivering him to? She points towards Umbrian.
Oh, we already have a contract on that. I'm not going to break a contract.
Oh, do not worry, love. I will, whatever the contract gives you, I will give you the same and I will double it.
It's not a matter of reward, it's a matter of pride.
She sighs. Alright, so let's do this the difficult way. What would you want for it? Seriously, do you want some evolutionary stones? Do you want some wands? Do you want some magical garments? You know, I have garments from across the entire world, you know, places that you cannot even buy here. I have absolutely legal orbs and traps that you can absolutely legally obtain, she says with a wink.
An Ameribrace? I half-heartedly say jokingly.
Oh fuck, that's actually something that I have not mentioned. She has an Ameribrace on one of her hands.
And Garchomp's just gonna pipe up at this point and say, I mean, I would like to actually take you up on that, because, I mean, normally I don't care about these things, it's just a mission, and I'm more of a mercenary. But he did kill a guild member, so it's not really something that we can hand off.
Come on. Surely we can figure something out. You see, I've had that guy since he was a very young Eevee.
I mean, I understand, but if it were any lesser crime, I would agree, and probably just sell it to you. But this is one of those things that kind of has to be addressed, because chances are he'll just go and kill another guild member, because when we fought him, it was kind of all because he thought he was protecting you.
Well, yes.
Even though we were there for him.
Well, yes, it's because he's incredibly in love with me.
Well, obviously. What I'm getting at, though, is that level of love is a danger, especially to more guild Pokemon. I mean, heck, if we weren't as good as we were, he probably would have killed us too, and he nearly killed Clowitzer over there.
Yeah, Clowitzer just, like, looks down a little bit. Alright, so how about this? I apologize, and I will triple whatever the bounty is. It is more money than you will probably make in several cycles.
I now look at Tree and says, wow, you are really, really pushing for this.
It's because I kinda... So long story short, like I said, I have had this individual since he was an Eevee. A long time ago, there was a different Eevee, and they were very, very, very sweet to each other, and I may or may not have kinda seduced him and taken him away from her. And because of that,
Garchomp?
I am kinda responsible for him right now.
Well, then you could go in his place if you're responsible for him.
Well, I'm not that responsible, she says with a snicker.
Well, that is what I will accept, is if you go.
Oh.
That's showing actual responsibility.
Did Striker, like, vanish for someone, anyone?
Yeah,
Oh, my
yeah,
headset beeped a little bit. It may have cut it out.
yeah, he did cut out.
So yeah, I say if what I will trade is if you actually want to take responsibility, then you can take his place.
Well, I'm taking responsibility by being willing to pay for his crimes and apologize in his stead because he's too... She looks at him, too much of a dumbass to apologize himself.
That's not taking responsibility. That's protecting him from his own mistakes.
She looks at him and says that's because he doesn't even see it as a mistake. Now,
Yeah?
I always tell my wonderful darlings here to not hurt other Pokemon if possible. It's just the reverence of me gets a little out of the claw, if you catch my meaning.
Perhaps that might be something you might want to start curbing so that they aren't as fanatic.
Aw, but that's half of the fun. Why?
Until we get this situation.
Yes, this situation is not fun, but everything up to this situation is a lot of fun. Why? Would you not want to just wake up in the morning and have a couple dozen Pokemon literally have their hearts skip a beat every time you look at them?
Not really, no.
Character, I already have that.
I mean, actually, so, you want to what? To be honest, that kind of happens for kind of not the reason you might expect. I kind of gesture to my Tyranitar features that says most people already have their hearts skip a beat when they see me.
It is true that a lot of Pokemon will probably be rather scared of you, but I don't see that as something to be scared of. I see that as power, strength. Now, I'm not very powerful myself, she says, you know, having a fucking mirror brace. But I do appreciate powerful and strong and big Pokemon.
Well, like I said, it's a matter of pride, and I want to make sure we take responsibility for what we've started.
She sighs. I guess I'm gonna have to bail him out differently.
Or let him learn his lesson.
No, he's not gonna be able to learn his lesson. Do you know what happens when a Pokemon gets captured by a guild when he has killed a guild member? She just signals with one of her claws across her neck.
Well, perhaps we can try and vie against that.
Well, I will
Since we're
gladly...
bringing him in.
I will gladly vibe against it as well. I don't want him to get hurt over this. I could entirely say that he was not entirely there, because, to be honest, his mind is so filled with my pheromones that at this point I'm pretty sure that he would actually die if he wasn't next to me.
Well, I think that's not a good thing.
It is not a good thing, but it is how we live. I'm not actually doing this because I want to control all of these people. Now, it is nice, and I do enjoy it, but I don't actually want this. It's just how I am. Our Salazzle's always like this. If you find a Salazzle out there, you know, on the continent of sand or the continent of fire, you will basically always see them like this. It is just our nature. Just like it is your kind's nature to be in some kind of really big mountain and enjoy your time there until someone comes over and disturbs you and you beat them up.
And then there's individuals like me who work to rise above that.
Well, you are also a human.
Shrug says, I've seen others who aren't humans work to rise above it.
Yes, not everyone is like that. Though it is a little bit easier for you because your body doesn't produce mind-controlling pheromones at a daily basis. And like, for instance, I would not be able to go to Treasure City and set up a shop there because that shop would become a biohazard.
Maybe you need to take a bit of a break and travel so that your pheromones don't concentrate.
Oh, I travel quite a lot. I have actually been to most of the continents. The only continent I've not been to is actually the continent of fire.
Ironic?
Well, it's mostly because getting there is kinda difficult. And not in a good way, not like a challenging, fun way. You quite literally have to go through a volcano, which was actually one of those things that I was hoping Heatran would take me there. You know, long story short. I just wanted to go on a little journey with him, you know. Find how Pokemon live there and, you know, talk to Moltres a little bit, you know. I really wanted to meet Moltres, one of the only legendary birds that I've never met.
We've met Zapdos, kind of.
I mean, how is Zapdos these days? Is he still listening to
Wait,
that weird human thing that creates music?
Oh, well, like I said, kind of. He kind of just watched us battle.
Oh, he does enjoy battling a little bit too much. He actually cheers for Pokemon. I know lately he has been around the Ump Plains area, I think, and he really enjoys the electric battles that happen there every week or so. What a strange individual. He apparently got, like, friendly with some humans, and ever since he's, like, really into, like, human music and such. Strange. He also had this weird musical stick with strings made that creates, like, loud noises when connected to him.
The guitar?
I wouldn't know. I have no idea what it's called. It's really big, and he can play with his wings.
That's awesome.
I mean, he is kinda awesome. But also a doofus. A horrible doofus. But yes, so. Sadly, we cannot resolve the Umbrian situation, and if you help me with the Heatran problem, well, I will help you with your problem. Now, my side of the bargain, if you accept, I will gladly tell you what is actually on these two tablets.
And
About
provide
the
us
Heatran,
with the other
right?
tablet.
So, what do you say?
I was gonna say about the Heatran things. I mean, I guess I've got no issue going and beating up a Heatran. It's something I could always say I've done.
Alright.
And obviously, not only translate them, but for doing this, you would also provide us with the other tablet.
Yes. If I learn that you have defeated Heatran, I will give you the other tablet, because honestly, without the other one, it's not exactly that useful.
He's just not that.
Just lumps of rock.
Yes, but together, they're magical. At least that's what I understand. It could all just be, you know, just old Pokemon being old. Anyway, so, looking at the two tablets, the first one, you know, the one that I have, it is very obviously some kind of ritual. Now, apparently, every couple thousands of cycles, there is a Pokemon that seems to be made out of the sky at night. No idea what that means, but eventually, it is supposed to evolve. Now, this Pokemon, from what I understand, is supposed to be a mythical Pokemon, yet it evolves. Strange, isn't it?
Looks as he's.
Yeah.
I know. I said, yeah, very strange. As not only familiar with you know, Cosmog, but I also familiar with that from my own world. Like, very strange.
So already that's rather strange, and actually kinda makes me doubt the whole tablet thing. But the next step is even stranger, because apparently there's actually two places in the world. One which is dedicated to the moon, and one which is dedicated to the sun.
I mean, that kind of makes sense with all the iconography here so far.
Yes. Now, I don't actually know where these places are, and the tablets sadly don't actually hint to them. They just exist, apparently. But you apparently take the evolved form of this space Pokemon, and you put it there, and after challenging the local guardians, you get their blessings, and the Pokemon will evolve to either one of these strange mythical beings, one that looks, well, quite delicious, I have to actually say, she says, looking at the lunar version of, you know, Cosmog. And one that looks very big and very strong. So also very delicious. Now that I actually have both of the tablets, I can actually finish this sentence, because you see, whoever cut this up actually made it so that I couldn't actually get the full thing here. She spends a few moments, just reading it over. And then she just nods to herself and says, ah, it's one of these. I get it. Just nods to herself.
Slowly waiting.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Yeah, so this is apparently some kind of end of the world scenario. The thing that always happens.
End of the world scenario, you say?
Yes.
As I nervously look at my bag that has, a Pokemon that vibes with what we're trying to do right now.
Yeah, so apparently, whoever created the world made it so that this world apparently travels in this thing, in this space thing that is outside of the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the moon and the sun sometimes get a little tired. And in order to reawaken and get more time, they need to be, well, they need to have basically the Guardians revived. And you know how the Guardians usually just get revived normally? But these ones don't do it normally. They need to be revived by us, apparently. Wow, someone probably should have told us. Maybe that's what the tablets were for. Maybe they should have written it in an unknown language or something. So long story short, both of these, she points at the lunar and solar version of Cosmog, both of these need to be evolved into. Otherwise, either the moon or the sun will go away and it will apparently be horrible. We are talking like the world getting blown up or the world getting frozen.
Does it say that they both need the moon and the sun to be revived at the same time?
Well, it doesn't mention any kind of timing. It does mention that they both need to be done. There is also, now that the two pieces are together, look at this little image at the bottom.
I will look at the image she's pointing out.
You can see what looks like a little indentation of a strange cat-like Pokemon with an elongated tail. But there's two of them, and they seem to be connected by their tails. One looking towards the moon side, and the other looking towards the sun side.
Under my breath, but we're probably close. Motherfuckers.
Yep, never seen those. I have no idea what those are. To be honest, I've never seen these ones either. So, it's kind of interesting.
Interesting. That's definitely a word that could be used here.
What? Are you not excited? We are uncovering ancient history.
Who's ancient history? Obviously, your guys' ancient history, which is we're coming to find out might not be so ancient.
So yeah, the world is gonna be destroyed. It is kind of strange that a Pokemon like me is kind of getting used to that. It has been happening so many times that it's kind of strange.
I think we're here to try and stop that.
Yeah.
Many other humans have.
Yes, see, a couple decades ago when I was just a Salandit, there was a human that prevented the world's destruction by a big rock from space, essentially wanting to give our world a little bit of too much of a hard kiss, if you get my meaning.
Uh-huh.
The story goes that they didn't actually do it themselves. They actually persuaded Rayquaza, the space noodle, to stop the big rock. And he did,
Oh,
apparently.
oh yeah, I'm familiar with Rayquaza.
Ah, wait, you are familiar with Rayquaza?
Mm-hmm.
I've
Where I
never...
come from, a small child conquered it and made it its personal flying vehicle.
Well, in our world, it was apparently a Pikachu and a Charmander.
Hmm.
One of them was a human, though it is difficult to say which one because, well, it was never properly written down. It's like very old history. That was before the guilds. That was before the Federation. Before most of the human stuff was actually figured out.
Gotta say, kinda not pleased with the human mentality that they've been bringing.
Yeah. Then, about a decade later, there was another incident that had humans involved. But this time it was about the planet's paralysis. Now, I can actually see that you guys are from the very guild that has the human as the guildmaster these days. You see, the Lucario is a human. I don't know if
Yep.
you know. And he, no, he's definitely an interesting fella. He once punched me in the face.
I mean, did you deserve it?
Well, maybe. But it wasn't
Are you
as
looking
bad.
for sympathy then?
It wasn't as bad as his partner punching me in the face. That was much worse.
Oh yeah, that Eevee, terrifying.
Yeah, see,
Yep.
I attempted to, see, it would always be really wonderful to get in cahoots with a guildmaster. So I attempted to use my charm on the Lucario. Now, one, that didn't work very well, and two, it didn't work very well because of Eevee. That was a bad
Well,
idea.
also, Lucario is a steel type.
Exactly! That's what I'm talking about. It was a bad idea all along. I also may have attempted to steal some things from their guild.
I mean, yeah, that's a high on a no-no list with them.
Yeah, if anything, I'm pretty sure they didn't kill me entirely because I was just very gutsy, and I think Lucario likes that. That was before I have learned that they saved the world and, defeated most of the gods and defeated most of the legendary and mythical Pokemon, and apparently had Giratina follow them around for a little bit. They are a very strange duo.
It kind of lift up a claw and kind of go, yeah, a little bit, agreeing with her.
And then, a decade later, there was another human situation, but this time it was about cracking the world into pieces and destroying the entire universe. It was because of these. She just makes a little circle with one of her claws and creates a small Magna Gate.
So usual Saturday thing.
Yeah. See, these things, she says as she points at the Magna Gate, kinda attempted to, just destroy the world.
Yeah, casual world destruction, yeah.
Yeah, because too many Pokemon learned how to do these and, well, it just made the world much more unstable. Palkia really didn't like that, by the way. Oh, speaking of which, I should probably stop this, she says as she just cuts the Magna Gate in half and just, ends it.
No, yeah, probably, yeah.
Now, I had Palkia here once, and I don't want him ever here. He's very big, and he doesn't fit in here properly.
And he probably doesn't respect personal boundaries.
He just doesn't respect anything. He respects even less things than me. And somehow, he's considered a good Pokemon. Anyway, so that was that thing. And then, somewhat recently, we had a situation. So, the whole Magna Gate thing?
Mm-hmm.
So, are you aware of what they are?
I kind of wave a hand.
Alright, so...
Kind of in that sort of.
There are holes into different worlds. Make sense?
Okay. Yeah, I'm
Well,
with you so far.
Alright, so, eventually, someone opened a Magna Gate, and it led into, a world that had some kind of horrifying evil thing. Now, I don't actually know what this horrifying evil thing was, but it was big enough to basically consume a lot of Pokemon. Turn them into stone, take them away, gone forever, that sort of thing, right?
Did this thing like open up holes into a void?
I don't actually know. But apparently all of the heroes of the world united, together with all of the deities, together with even the Space Noodle, and they vanquished it, at a massive loss of life. That was really good, by the way.
Nervously looks at my bag again.
See, that was really good because that actually opened up so many trading avenues for me. That was like literally the best thing, that the world almost ending and like a lot of Pokemon dying was the best thing to have ever happened to me.
That's a statement.
I know.
That is definitely a statement.
Yeah.
I don't know if you should repeat that statement to other people.
I like to repeat that statement because everyone gets that look you are making right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, it made the ocean trade much more dangerous because apparently Lugia just kind of vanished afterwards and nobody has seen him since.
Yeah, the god that regulates the sea, probably a bad thing to lose.
I don't think he's dead.
I didn't say dead, I said lose.
Yeah, he's just gone. No one knows where he is.
Which, in the grand scheme of things, is just the same as being dead.
I guess so, yeah. Now, I actually saw him a couple times. You know, he used to be a really wonderful conversionist. And fun fact, he may be a mythical Pokemon, but my pheromones worked on him. He didn't actually realize until it was a little bit too late, she says with a wink.
Interesting.
So you, as a human, probably were fated to find these two and go save the world.
Probably. Yeah, and you're going to make as much scratch off of it as you can.
Yes, you're getting this really well, Aggron. You are making me proud. Gosh, I need to meet more Aggrons. If they're at all like you, they would be wonderful conversationists.
I don't know. Whenever I get a chance to talk with my Aggron, I'll let you know.
That would be wonderful.
I've got no issue with you making a profit off of us working. As long as you're willing to make it as easy for us to do our job.
I mean, I did just translate the tablets for you. And I'm willing to give you what is probably a one-of-a-kind, extremely precious item for free if you help me with my little problem.
Which I'm more than happy to do that, and I'm appreciative that you didn't try to, charge us an arm and a leg for the translation.
She makes herself comfortable and says, like I said, money has very little value for me these days.
I'm gonna just whisper to Aggron, because I'm still sitting on his shoulder. Let's talk about this in private before agreeing to anything.
About which? The beating up the Heatron, or going farther than that?
The beating up the Heatron.
I mean, kind of want to try that just to say I beat up a Heatron.
I just give you a deadpan look.
But it's not every day you get to beat a god of a volcano.
Looks still ongoing.
I'm gonna look over at Garchomp. Right? You get me, don't you?
He kind of shrugs and says, I've already had one close encounter with mythical Pokemon. Looking back at Cresselia.
Cresselia stayed at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, she's
looking back at the stairways. Yeah, looking back at the stairway down.
You guys are no fun. I guess they want to talk about it before we make any sort of agreement, and I guess that's fair.
Alright, in that case, if you need to talk, there's a private room over there. She points at what is very obviously a changing room. And she just says, you should probably go there and have a private conversation.
How about we finish our other business and discuss that while we're taking care of that, and we'll come back.
Alright, that is completely alright. I do enjoy shopping. It is one of my many wonderful pleasures.
Yes.
Another pleasure is pleasure.
Who would've
I
thought?
mean, I guess for someone that matters to, I guess that's true.
So, do you wish to do any trading? If I don't have it, I can probably get it.
Anything that we could use? I look at my group.
I look over to Garchomp.
He's actually going to look directly back at you and say, yes, because I know exactly what you're going to ask. Yes, this
By the
would
way-
be the place.
By the way, Garchomp, as well as
Uh-huh.
talking, Lupus is trying to get your attention.
He would probably just finish what he says to the Toucannon first and just say, yes, we can pick up your egg here. It'll be a lot cheaper than with the Kecleons, especially if you use that ticket, so go ahead. Yes, I
Nuts.
read your mind, Mono.
Yes.
And then
was
he will
actually
turn
gonna
to
ask,
Lupus.
out of character, he was actually going to ask, hey, can I change that request to an Emera brace?
Lol,
Good God, no.
you don't have that kind of money.
Yeah, even
30% off.
okay, so even the fact that it's going to be cheaper here than with Kecleons, first off, because Kecleons would charge a cool 1 million, but even with her normal, like just black market deals, and with that 30% off deal, there's still no chance we'd have even close to enough. They
I'm
are
sure
worth
that
1 million.
I'm sure that if it's important enough, we'll come across our own Amera braces. Don't stress yourself over it.
All right.
Get
And
your
I'm
egg.
gonna pat Toucannon on the head.
Oh,
And in fact, it might actually be a good idea to get one of those eggs for each of us, because the more XP we get, the better. Anyway, then he turns to Lupus.
Gabite. Gabite.
It's actually a Garchomp now, but yes, Lupus.
Shocker is doing bad.
He'll look over at Shocker.
You can see that Shocker is on the ground and is just kind of wiggling.
Alright.
You can see his eyes are literally pink. Would
I
you-
will pick him up by the scruff so he can't get himself into any trouble.
Alright?
Okay, I was gonna take care of it, but alright.
Okay. You pick up Blitzel.
He's gonna say, I can handle this. I'm just gonna put him back at the guild for you, and you can work on him when we get back there.
By the way, when you like lifting Garchomp, I know your base is probably not the size that it is on the
Okay.
table.
Sorry. He's just gonna say, I'm gonna take him back to the guild real quick for you. All right.
Yeah, she just nods. Lupus is sorry. Lupus doesn't know how to help.
It's not your fault. Don't be sorry. This thing happens here. You know that. You've been here enough times.
Lupus never seen this bad.
He's just gonna shrug and say, it happens. He's just gonna then look at Aggron and say, you can go ahead and hand him over to me. I'm just gonna take him back to the guild real quick.
I'll shrug and hand it back.
Then he's just gonna look to Cosmon and say, hey, you mind teleporting us back to the guild real quick, buddy?
No, because Cosmom is just going to nod with his whole body, and yeah, just
Wait. Before you guys do that, do you want to take Umbreon?
I kind of want to talk to Aggron about that. real quick.
Yeah, I also kind of want to have a conversation about that as well.
So we'll get to that when we get to that. And then he'll just nod to Cosmon.
all right,
We'll burn that bridge when we get there.
all right. Garchomp gets blipped away.
I'm gonna look to Fracture and Clouter. Is there any particular items you guys would like?
Fracture looks at you and says, "Fracture is hungry."
I'll buy you food as well. But I meant like any items like I'm getting a lucky egg so I can go stronger. Is there anything you guys want?
Fracture just shrugs and says, I don't know what I could be buying. Well, Klobitzer just looks at you and says, I mean, I could buy some, you know, orbs and such. I kinda like the idea of those orbs that just... he whispers, end a fight quickly.
I just noted that.
There's
I'm gonna look over at Cloudster. It says, "Careful, you might end up with, you know, that thing I have."
He shakes his head and no, I don't mean that one. I mean the one that just ends the fight. As in, you know, the one that just kills.
yeah.
Oh, right. It's so weird that that is more acceptable.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, that's me in character saying that.
Globitzer just shrugs with both of his claws and just says, hey, you know, I'm not a monster.
I open my mouth and then close it. Says, I mean, I guess since I'm willing to, yeah.
You're just a human. You have a different mentality about it.
Yeah, I do.
I'm not blaming you. How is it possible that it's Clavitz who's the most reasonable here?
Because he's smart.
Hey, Fracture, do you happen to have the move counter?
She looks at you and says, no.
Well, I know from my Pokédex in the past, something you can get. We'll try and get you something that can teach you that move.
She nods.
Counter is real good.
It is amazing.
Yeah, it's one of her question mark moves, but yeah.
Again, that was an in character. That's a real good move.
Yeah.
Fracture looks at you and says, I know others that have it, but not me.
Well, I don't remember what it was called, but there's an item we can get that can let you know it. Out of character, guys, what's the item that lets you do it?
Lets you do what?
The jewelry. We got like
The
you got
magic
one.
jewelry?
Sally got one.
Yeah, the magical jewelry.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we can try and buy some of that magical jewelry, and then you can learn how to do it.
She nods.
I mean, buying the counter TM might be cheaper.
I wasn't aware it was a TM.
So, as you guys are having this conversation, Garchomp,
Yes.
you teleport to the guild.
Yes.
At the guild, you see a familiar sight of a Salandit looking at you and says, hello.
Oh. Hi there.
What can I do for you?
He kind of just stares for a second, then just shakes his head and says, just returning this guy. He's, well, considering where you come from, he's just going to show him Blitzel's eyes.
So Salandit just nods and says, I know exactly what happened to him.
He's just going to nod and say, yeah, so I figured I'd take him back here before he gets too messed up.
Yeah. Just put him in his room and don't let anyone go to the room for like a day.
I'm gonna have to appoint you to do that because I can't watch him. But which room is his?
Salandit gets over the chair and just goes to the hallway and just says hello.
He will follow.
Yeah, he just goes into one of the rooms. He opens it up and he just says in.
He will nod, deliver Blitzel onto one of the beds in there, and then just head right back out.
Yeah, Blitzel looks really fucked up, by the way.
Well, that is Sunstruck's soon-to-be problem.
Yep.
You guys heard of Cocaine Bear? Next up is Admiral Horse.
But yeah, Saladin just like closes the door behind you, you know, after you leave and just says, okay. I will inform our guild master.
He'll just nod at that and say, "All right, I gotta go. Kind of in the middle of something with my team, so."
Ah, by the way, I would like to ask you next time to use the door.
I can't promise that.
It's okay. I'm just asking you.
He'll just nod and say, "I will do my best."
All right. Bye bye.
He'll give him a small wave and then look back to Cosmom,
Yep. Cosmom looks at you.
ready to go back,
Cosmom nods.
and then he will get ready for another teleport.
Yep. And blip. And as you guys are having that conversation with Fracture and Klobitzer and such, blip. Garchomp. Without the horse.
Yes.
Right. So, what moves do you know, Fracture?
Fracture looks at you all confused.
What? I mean, I know like Rock Blast and that sort of stuff. Like, what sort of moves do you know?
Does Master want to know Fracture's moves?
Yes, please.
She nods to herself. Okay. Give me a second. For some reason, it's being slow. There we go. Alright, so she has the following moves. So she has... So what is it called exactly? Dragon. She has Dragon Claw. She has False Swipe. She has Downed. And she has Slash.
All right. I look over at Launcher. And what are all your moves?
He looks at you.
Recently.
He looks at you all confused. He's like, "You don't know my moves? How long have we been traveling together, man?"
Oh, you've been changing them recently.
And you didn't?
Yeah, I changed my moves as well.
I
Exactly.
know at least 3 of his moves.
Oh, okay. I wanna know. Just tell me. I wanna know if you can catch them.
I know he's got Water Gun. I know he has Helping Hand, and I know he has Blizzard.
Wow, he actually did get 3 of those right, but he has 1 more.
Yeah, that's the missing one on this thing.
He has Crab Hammer.
Oh, I don't think we've ever seen him use that.
Yeah, because the whole time he's been in the Baguio shooting.
You know, out of character, if he changes Water Gun to like Water Repulse, then he gets the his skill bonus to it.
Yeah.
Also, I just realized, Grookey is going to have a great time when we come here in Sunstruck.
Oh no.
Because you know what typing is weak to poison?
Oh, speaking of which, someone's knocking on my door. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I still don't know what the ice move Cresselia has. I want to see what Taunt does. Can't remember that one very much.
If I recall correctly, Taunt just forces them to use attack-only moves.
It's either that or they can't use the same move repeatedly.
You know, they can eventually learn Guillotine, and I know Guillotine, it's a low hit move, but if it hits, then it's a one-hit KO. Sword Dance is also a nice one. Let's see it.
Also, guess who in the party here could also learn that Dragon Claw?
You?
Yup.
And me.
Aggron's got a
I mean,
huge move pool that he can learn from.
yeah. But Aggron, like, for me, I just want to learn that one move I paid for at the shop. But other than that, my Pokemon's finished learning moves.
I'm back, sorry. It was the recycling thing that I was telling you guys about before.
Ah.
Welcome back.
Yeah, so long story short, because actually I'm not sure anyone was here that actually heard me talking about this. Long story short, my country just did like a weird law where recycling is complicated now. And the owner of the building was going around with flyers and with like multiply colored trash bags. It's all connected to the new law. Anyway, so what did I miss while I was talking to the owner?
Kind of going over moves and whatnot.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Let us continue.
Yes.
Okay. So I think I can learn most of those, but I don't really feel like I need to learn anything right now new.
Yeah,
My
like I
cats are
said,
being
really,
creatures.
really the only items that I could think of that we might pick up here is some of those eggs, because it will, like, even without the 30% discount, it's still going to be cheaper here than with Kecleons, because Kecleons kind of have a monopoly on most tradings, so obviously she's
But
at
at the same time, we have that friendship with Kecleon, so we don't know how big of a discount that is.
There is that, yeah. But the general discount of being a underdog trader, and then also that 30% discount, would probably make up the difference.
Yeah, we could try and find the counter TM for her here then.
Well, she could use her 30% discount for that if she wants.
Yeah.
Well,
But yeah, those eggs would be useful, honestly, on all of us now that I, give it some real thought.
I mean, you'd have to take off one of your things though.
Well,
So-
I don't believe that's an actual.
it's not a
It's
garment.
not a garment.
It's a held item.
Slot.
One possible thing I could be interested in is some sort of thing that would improve my accuracy, especially with Metal Claw, because if I could have that hit more consistently, I have a better chance of increasing my damage.
You
I'm
want
still
a.
holding.
Then in that case, you would want a mouthpiece of great fortune, because that gives you the increase to accuracy.
I'm holding 2 mouthpieces of good fortune. Did you want one?
I'm sorry, what?
Holding 2 of them.
Excuse me?
Why are
Yeah,
you
he-
holding 2 of them?
Gabite gave me his because he was using all of his slots.
Mate, he has
Yeah,
two.
yeah, he has 2.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
And wide lens.
Holy
Oh yeah,
shit.
that's right. So he has +3 to his accuracy
Holy
roll from that.
shit. This man hits.
Well, you say that, but I still don't hit as much as your thing with your +10 per level.
Yeah, but that's something that he got at the start of the game.
+2
Yeah,
per 10 levels, actually. +10 per
Yeah.
level. Good God, I'd be up to like 580 dice.
Yeah, you would be average SMG user in Shadowrun.
Well, did you want one of them then?
Yeah, I would not be opposed unless we could find a better version here.
You could always ask her. She's got a lot of stuff.
I mean, yeah, I guess I'll ask. I'm gonna grab this for right now. But do you have any sort of thing that might be better than Obviously, as we're swapping these items, this for accuracy.
She looks at you, she looks at it and says, I might. You see, I actually happen to have some items from different continents that are not actually usually viable over here.
Oh?
Yes. I even have some really powerful items that would specifically serve someone like you. She says, you know, just motioning towards you and Toucannon.
Okay.
But there is one problem with that. I need to know what is the color of your aura.
I
Can you see
slowly
my aura?
blink.
No, I sadly am not privy to aura.
Do you know
Is
anyone
this
who
like a-
can?
Yeah.
So, every Pokemon has a certain color of their aura, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And humans are able to use these very rare, very powerful ribbons that just about boost all of their capabilities while, being worn. The problem is, it needs to be corresponding to their aura. A normal Pokemon cannot use this, but a human can. Something to do with being a creature of two souls.
How do we find out what our aura is?
Yeah, well, you need some kind of Pokemon to look at you who can read aura.
Did psychic Pokemon do that?
Some. For instance, Meditites can. Your Lucario friend definitely can.
Do you have anyone here who could?
No, sadly not. You see, Pokemon who can read aura are also usually very resistant to my things. They also very commonly do not enjoy talking to me.
Give me 1 second. I'll be back. And he starts just leaving the room.
Oh, did I scare him or something?
Let me go check. No, and I'm gonna follow to make sure. I think I know what you're doing.
Yeah, down the stairs I go. Back to Cresselia.
Garchomp's actually going to follow as well.
Alright, everybody's following.
And is Cresselia here?
Yeah, Corsair is still just kinda waiting here. You notice that she has a Salandit currently connected to one of her weird, like, round wings things, and she's attempting to ignore him.
Wait, they can see her?
Yes, for some reason.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
like, you just imagine, like, a little Salandit, just, like, holding onto one of her wing things, and just, like, like, going back and forth while holding, like it's some kind of, like,
Just pacing around on them?
yeah.
I snicker a little. Cresselia?
Ah. Hello there, are you done with the horrible, horrible, sinful creature upstairs?
Almost. She tried to bribe us to give her friend back.
I hope you have
but
not
I was
accepted.
wondering. No. I was wondering, are you able to see the color of our auras?
Of course. That's kind of part of my job.
Excellent. Yeah, we may end up buying some items that are related to that. What color are we?
I'm sorry, you are trying to buy items from that horrible creature?
Yes. It's yeah. I just showed the discount coupon and point to Garchomp.
She
Garchomp
sighs.
shrugs.
She visibly
I mean-
sighs.
Wouldn't it be better if we took powerful items out of her care into ours?
I guess. It's just I do not feel good about giving her anything. Pokemon like her should be somewhere behind bars so that they cannot hurt anyone.
I mean, has she done anything actually, wrong?
She is quite literally creating so many Pokemon that are dangerous to other Pokemon. We are quite literally carrying one with us right now. She looks away. That I help create as well.
By the way, when we're talking her in her mind, is it like if I wanted to talk to Aggron, she could facilitate that as like a conference call thing with psychic powers?
Oh, she was not actually doing that with her psychic speech. She's actually speaking out.
I'm gonna just ask her, hey, can you let us all talk to each other with your psychic powers? There's some other private things I want to discuss that I don't want anyone to hear.
Yep, she's just going to nod, and suddenly you guys hear each other's thoughts.
Oh boy.
Breaker, this is Stormbeak.
This is something.
Oh, I'm in this too. Both says.
Yay. Do we even need to do except her go and beat up Heatran quests? I mean, we don't really need the tablet.
How do you know we don't need it?
Well, I'm pretty sure the tablet was just there to like tell us what we needed to do, but we kind of already know what we need to do now.
What
It
if
just
the
gave us
location we were
context for what
supposed
we
to
were doing
go
before?
to? What if the location we were supposed to go to requires the tablets as a key?
That's
I
exactly
mean-
what I was thinking it was, actually, so.
Because ancient
so we go-
civilizations like to have the thing that explains it be also the key to open it.
There was only 3 key slots there, and well, we have 1 key, and we know where the other 2 are.
So, not necessarily to that particular thing. We get those keys from defeating the Guardians. We already figured that out. But I think what he's more so getting at is that at some point during our trial there, we might need the tablet. Like, for instance, we only got into that dungeon in the first place because we jumped from that dojo dungeon. But who knows if trying to get there might be a lot more difficult next time because we go in the standard way, which might require these tablets to open the doors.
Or what
Well,
if we
one of-
complete the one part and it gives us, we need the tablets to, communicate something more.
Yeah, well, actually, the thing of that is, like, Cosmo was able to teleport in and out of there, so that assumes we can maybe do that. But why would that Mew have stopped us from, like, finishing the ritual if we didn't have everything we needed there anyway?
So I'm saying the tablets might be the way we get back in when we're ready. When we get in the
Why
normal
can't we
way,
just teleport?
because the Mew. It was
mean the
difficult
Mew
enough
that-
to teleport out. I don't think he's just gonna let us in like that.
I think he was the one who...
Yeah, Cresselia is just going to interject into that and say he was trying to prevent us from leaving.
Yeah, so I don't think he's going to prevent us from going in, just from getting out. And he would have let us out if we couldn't have
And-
done whatever he wanted us to do without the other half of the tablet anyway.
We don't actually
Otherwise,
know
there would have
that.
been no point.
And I would also
True,
like
but that's like my speculation.
What if we needed the tablets to get in there originally and he made the assumption we already had everything?
and
We kind
he's
of
gonna
just appeared.
he's also gonna Garchomp is also gonna tap on Toucannon's head and say, and don't forget, mystery dungeons always change and you can't teleport to some place you've never been. So we may have been in the dungeon in general, but there's no way we could teleport to any of the specific rooms because they are always changing.
Hmm.
We could teleport to the outside of the dungeon if we had been there, but we had only seen it from a distance while we were heading
Wait,
to
but-
Sandstone.
So wait, Cosmogony was able to teleport back because we were still there?
Yes.
Cresselia is just going to nod. You get no. She doesn't even realize that you may not have even seen her nod.
And Garchomp's just gonna say yes.
So
Alright,
ideally, it would be best to have all the tools in case we need them.
well, then I guess we're going to have to go beat up a Heatran.
Garchomp just shrugs. He was actually indifferent to the idea. He just wanted to at least talk about it.
In your head, Toucannon, Cresselia is going to say, the way mystery dungeons work is that as long as they are perceived, they do not change shape. But the moment they stop being perceived, they change shape.
The other 2 legendaries that are like trapped there until we do our thing, that's not counting as being perceived, is it?
No. We were specifically put in very specific rooms so that we would not perceive the dungeon.
It's kind of like with the Pokemon that kind of live in there. It's just one of those things that the longer you're in there, the more you just get used to the fact that as you go around, things kind of just change.
So, are you guys... Okay, so I'm gonna be talking about something that may be a kind of insane concept, but are you guys aware of what quantum physics are?
Yes. I was thinking
Yes.
about that as well.
Yes, so
Yeah.
mystery dungeons are basically quantum. They change depending on whether they are observed or not.
Light does the same thing.
Yeah, it's actually kinda insane that this was a concept created in early 2000s, but here we fucking go. In a game probably aimed at teenagers.
There are elements we recognize that they are in a state because we observe them, but they are potentially in a different state when we aren't observing them. But because we can't observe them, we can't know.
Yep. Fucking mystery dungeons is quantum physics.
It's actually one of the leading theories of why the universe may be a simulation.
Oh gosh.
Because just like video games, you don't need to load stuff if the player isn't looking at it.
Look, it's just like Schrodinger's cat. The more you think about it, the more it's going to drive you insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
All right. Well,
in a much
back to Pokemon.
simple explanation, Crusalia did basically just explain that, mystery dungeons are quantum.
all right. Are we able? Can you let us know what our auras are?
Ah, yes. She smiles. Let me perceive your aura. She looks into your souls. She then nods to herself and says, "Ah, I'm very aware of the color of your auras now." She looks at you, Toucannon, and she says, "Yours is olive colored."
Full of code.
There you go. She then looks at Aggron and says, "Yours is brown colored."
Brown.
Thank you.
She then looks at Garchomp and says, "Yours is really cute."
But I thought
That-
he doesn't have an. I thought he
Every-
doesn't have.
Every Pokemon has an aura.
That gets a small scowl out of him
Oh.
at the mentioning of it being cute.
Yours is magenta colored.
Magenta.
What does that mean for each of us?
She's just going to smile and says, "You are not privy to that information."
I'd like to be.
Could you tell me later? If it's okay.
Maybe.
Oh, what about Bolt?
Oh, let me look. She looks at Bolt, who excitedly is looking at her. And she just shakes her head and says, "His is red colored." She looks down and says, "Just like his."
You mean the Umbreon?
No, someone else's.
Out of character, she's referring to the friend that betrayed her.
Ah,
Well, they kind of betrayed each other.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I know exactly who the Umbreon, the other Eevee, is the Espeon in town.
He put it together. Good work.
The moment she said that, I knew it. I'm like, oh, so yeah.
So the Espeon, still hoping that her Eevee is somewhere out there, and you're kind of carrying him around right now.
I kind of want to tell her to help speak up so we can help get his head fixed, potentially.
Yeah. Then
Yeah,
again,
but-
would you break her heart?
I mean, this at least has the potential of giving her hope, which she, kind of didn't have before we showed up.
So yeah, but we're gonna turn this guy in, and then we're gonna hey, we would like to be his lawyers and inform you of why he was on a drug trip.
Oh, I mean that is
Listen,
something.
he may have killed a guild member, but to be fair, he's been drugged out of his mind for years.
Yep. And Salazzle is willing to take responsibility, pay for any kind of repairs, and make sure that he doesn't do it again.
Mm-hmm. We could even pose that forward.
Yeah, that's
As long
pretty
as he
much-
doesn't get killed.
Maybe we can even
That's-
find one of those We could buy a devolve orb as well, turn it back to Eevee.
Oh. I wonder if that would fix any of his whatever's going on with him.
No, it's even questionable if he wanted to become Umbreon, maybe that just happened because he thought that he would be closer to Salazzle.
Had so much luck, because you can abuse the friendship and affinity, thing to get the results you want. So maybe that just is a happenstance of what happened with him.
Yeah.
Hey, Cresselia,
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure if you remembered exactly, but when you involved this Eevee into Umbreon, were they sound of mind at the time?
Not entirely. But I also couldn't exactly have a look at that.
Well,
see-
guys,
You see, it appears that the moment the Eevee evolved, his mind locked from mine.
don't you have to give permission before they evolve, though?
Yes. Before, he was very powerful, and he has dedicated his entire life to protection of his loved one. I didn't know who the loved one was, but I found out very adorable and a righteous plight. I didn't realize who he was referring to, and I couldn't really check afterwards.
Well, we're contemplating, first of all, rehabilitation for him, but there's also the murder charges, and maybe trying to devolve him might help his mental state to see if he did his things out of, just to all the drug pheromones in the air, or actual affection. It's. I don't like this place. I don't like the drugs.
She nods. I do not like this place either. If it was up to me, this entire place would be crushed. Completely. With everyone in it.
I mean, that's
I'm not-
kind of dark.
She looks at you and says, yes, it is very dark, but sometimes you have to do things like this.
I mean, I've seen their safety standards. At this point, they're probably going to take themselves out by a fire. I doubt they even have a proper evacuation plan. How many times do they run drills? Anyway, I looked at Aggron. What are the odds of Salazzle actually agreeing for Umbreon to get devolved and go through rehab? And then stay away from her forever, potentially?
I mean, we don't have to tell her all of that.
Yeah, but she's probably going to get curious as to why we're trying to buy a devolve orb.
I think she'd be happy if we can get him from not being killed.
That's unless she was just using him as a powerful puppet.
I kind of think she might be genuine.
Toucannon?
Yeah?
Bod looks at her and in your mind, he says, but she seems like a really nice Pokemon.
You've been here too long.
Yeah, you can see his eyes are a little pink.
Alright. Well, we'll go buy the devolve orb, we'll buy the EXP eggs. Is there any items you'd like us... I know you don't like this place, so I can completely understand. Is there any items you want us to try and buy for you?
She shakes her head and says, I am not in need of any items.
Alright, and we'll try and buy the counter move for Fracture then. Can Cosmo learn any moves? Cosmo?
Cosmo just looks at you.
Speak to us, child. Speak.
He looks at you. And then he smiles.
Maybe some storybooks or something. Energized apples. That's a thing.
Energize apples.
This is-
Lol.
Yes, I just put this apple in this particle accelerator. Cosmo, come here. I found a way for you to eat apples.
oh,
Okay, guys, do you wanna know what is Cosmoem's move list?
Sure.
Teleport and cosmic power.
Yep, and do you wanna know what other TMs he can learn?
Sure.
That's the thing I didn't know.
Cosmic power.
Oh boy.
That's it.
What does cosmic power do again?
That's-
Cosmic power is a
broken.
pretty overpowered buff that just makes you very, very, very tanky.
So
Yeah,
it
but-
increases both physical and special defense. It is one of 2 moves that do that.
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
it
but-
is
Might I-
Groot.
And might I just mention, we've experienced this particular move in Chilling Adventure, and oh boy, it's a I think 1d8 that you roll to determine how much special and normal defense it gives you.
Well, it actually
So-
depends. If you are a normal Pokemon, it is actually either 1 or 2. If you are a mythical Pokemon, then it is a D6. And if you are a deity, it is a D8.
Oh, so is the Deoxys considered a deity?
No, he was actually rolling D6s.
Oh, I could have sworn he gave us 7 at one point.
No, it can be
Wait,
used
you
multiple
can give it-
times.
No, I
Cosmic
meant
power can
in
be
one
used
roll.
towards somebody else.
I am 90% sure that he... I literally didn't even have anything higher than D6 or anything lower than D20 on the table.
Well,
I
then
think.
I
No, wait.
might just be dumb.
No, I don't think
And
you're
Cosmic-
dumb, it's just you don't see these rolls, man.
That's
In cosmic power, I thought that was just a thing just for like his own defense.
nope. That's
Nope,
for the
it can be
entire
used on
party.
other people.
Yeah, and
Out
so
of character, Aries,
the
why
thing-
haven't you asked Cosmo to do that for us?
because dude, none of us actually know he can do that
Yeah.
in character. And then also, I'd like to point out to you, by the way, Toucannon, that it is only for that fight. So unlike normal buffs like Aggron's Iron Defense, which stays for the entire
Oh.
dungeon, it only lasts for the combat that the abilities are used in.
Now the funny
Yeah,
thing
yeah, I know
is,
what- I
the
don't want
funny
him to enter combat.
so fun fact with Cosmoem, I would actually be rolling D8s
Oh god.
because
I know he has no.
because
I
that
know he has
entire
no arms.
Mana, please let the DM talk. Because with this line, these are not just like legendary or mythical. These are in Mystery Dungeon considered literal deities. So you have a god with you. Congratulations. You thought Cursalia was crazy, but you have a god, so don't worry.
Does that mean the Pokemon I
God.
have in my Pokeball is a devil?
There's no such thing as a devil, but yes, it's also a deity type Pokemon. So you actually guys travel kind of with 2 gods right now,
Yo.
And a demigod.
and a demigod. Oh well, actually yeah, she's a demigod basically.
Yeah.
You know, she's a mythical.
Right. I've been asking everybody. Hey, Cosmo, I know you still don't know many words, but can you do anything else besides teleport?
Cosmo is going to not.
Hmm?
Cosmom
What
is
can you
going. Cosmom is going to use cosmic power upon you. Second, this is the first time I actually need to spawn this. Where is it? There we go.
What's that ad with the gum that's like, this is what it feels like to chew 5-mint gum or something?
Alright, Toucannon?
Yeah.
For the next 10 seconds, you gain 3 special defense and normal defense.
Nice.
You feel thick.
Yeah, you feel powerful and thick, man. Yep, he just uses that with a smile.
Oh wow.
That's actually going to get a smile from Garchomp, and he's going to give Cosmom a rub on the head and say, "That was pretty awesome, buddy. Good job."
He looks at you, so happy that he just got praised.
Yeah, this is Trump beacon the memes in the group. After that.
How it feels to chew up a 5 gum. I hate 5 gum so much.
I know,
They
it's not
actually-
that good.
They actually used to have a pretty amazing flavor back way when I was a kid, but then they
I think it was
discontinued it for some reason.
Disclaimer! Disclaimer! This is not actually advertisement for 5 gum.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what I'm saying. Way back in the day, but and no, I'm not talking about like apple. It was like a fruit punchy flavor.
Right. Well, seeing I've been asking pretty much everybody. What moves can you use, Cresselia?
She looks at you and says, I use the moves that I use.
Well, I know one of them is Moonblast, he says, kind of just glancing at her.
She nods. I can definitely call upon the power of the moon.
Well, I know you've used Extreme Speed, Moonblast, and Wish, and you said you had an Ice.
Yes,
Anything else?
that's it. I can also fly.
Wait, why didn't you say so when I was at the bar?
You didn't ask.
I asked. I said I was going to go find someone to teach me how to fly.
But you didn't ask me whether I know how to fly.
Fair enough.
She has a point there.
Can't ask, but I don't know
By the
to
way,
ask.
she looks away and says, not to mention you were a little busy with that Jyoti in there.
Oh,
You see a little inkling of emotion that she usually doesn't show.
Is she jealous?
Maybe.
well, then I don't need them. I have you if you're willing to teach me.
She looks at you and says, yes, I will gladly teach you.
Thank you. Would you like me to also bring you flowers?
She actually smiles and says, that you can do anytime you want. She looks at the staircase, she looks at you and says, please, be careful with that horrible beast.
I mean,
Yes.
she can only use her words on me.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that you can resist her urges, but I'm not so sure about our two friends here. And she then looks at Shings and says, not to mention, this one has already fallen prey for her.
Well, I can drag everyone out if need be, too.
I've got about another hour before it really starts to get to me. I'm pretty resistant.
No idea how I'm going.
Oh yeah, hey, Toucannon, roll me vitality check. I have not had the Garchomp roll these because Garchomps are pretty fucking resistant to this shit.
And I don't have to.
And you literally don't have to, but Shings has already failed 3 times.
Oh wait. Oh, and Cloutzer's not here to helping hand you. Oops.
Like, hey, can I have my ring back? Place is starting to get to me.
Alright, so what did you roll?
I haven't rolled yet. I was asking Aggron if I could wear the ring while I'm in here.
Well, this is that point where you wouldn't have a chance to ask
Yeah.
him. He's asking you to roll
Oh,
now.
fair enough.
You can ask
I
him
should've thought
if
that
you pass
before
it,
coming in
though.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anything, I actually forgot about Toucannon having to roll, because I've been doing it for everyone else.
One pass.
Ouch! How many progressions is that?
The boy only has 2 vitality.
Oh no. Hey, Toucannon.
Yeah?
By now, your eyes would be very, very pink. Like, about as much as bolts.
Oh boy.
That means...
Don't judge her too harshly, though. She's a nice lady.
Yeah, that means you would be, well, basically on this thing that I'm reading here, because this is straight from Super Mystery Dungeon, at this point, your Pokemon would be very cordial towards Salazzle's advances, and, you would agree to most prices that she would give.
Unless there's something so ridiculous.
Yeah.
By
the way, there's only 3 more stages. At the end of the final stage is complete love, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask for that ring for the meantime.
Would that ring, considering it just would literally jump his vitality up to maximum, at like, kind of set back the progress a bit?
No,
I don't
not anymore.
think so.
Also, with where you are right now, this would translate into -6 die towards her.
Oof.
With the minimum of being 1, obviously.
Don't worry, you'll get the ring back. I don't even. Oh yeah. Oh. If you guys don't want me to go with you, you can let me know. I don't mind staying down here with Cresselia. Also, I now have 10 strength.
Wait, did Striker actually agree with the ring thing?
I kept asking, and
Which ring?
yes or no, Striker. Hooper ring.
I was gonna hold on to the
Oddly.
Hooper ring. I mean, do you want it back? If you want it back, I guess.
It's okay. You just have
I'm
to
just
you just have to get Mono out of here. Is all.
Yeah, I was only wanting to borrow it to like boost the vitality because of all the vitality rolls.
I mean, except for if you've already lost.
Yeah, true.
It's not going to make enough of a difference at this point.
Oh,
Because what's your maximum vitality?
actually, fun fact, Toucannon,
5.
I'm pretty sure with how far you are gone, you would actually not even want the ring. You would probably be like, yeah, there's no reason to get a ring.
Oh, I don't even want to resist this anymore.
Yeah. It's nice. It's very nice, sweet smelling, you know. It kind of tastes like pizza.
Hey guys, do you
Holy
think we
shit,
can get this as,
pizza.
like, perfume?
Oh god, no. Collects her pheromones as a perfume, starts spreading it everywhere.
Oh my fucking god. It's the fucking bathwater again.
Oh
Well,
no.
you guys. Well, hopefully Cresselia's like, oh, I'm noticing he's falling to this. Yeah, we know the auras. You guys know what we want to buy in the scarf colors and that. So,
Yeah,
you gonna
let's...
suggest he keeps coming with you?
Garchomp would probably see the pink eyes, and he's just gonna look at Cresselia.
Cressella looks at you.
I think it's pretty obvious you should probably take him back to town. And, take Bolt with you.
She actually looks at you and says, but is that the correct choice?
Unless you want your lovebird to start loving on another Pokemon. Yes.
She thinks for a moment. She's actually thinking about different ways how she could paralyze Toucannon right now. And then, with a little bit of a dark aura resonating from her, she says, no, I will hurt him later. It's alright. Come to me, Toucannon. And Bolt, I will take you back from this horrible place.
Oh, but what about the lovely lady and the pretty smells?
She gives you a little bit of a nuzzle on your head and says, it's alright. Do not worry, you will be able to see her later. Never.
Internally, she's probably growling.
Yeah, when she nuzzles him, he's like, oh, but you're also a lovely lady with pretty smells.
She went from somewhat angry to, internally, obviously.
Yeah. I'm gonna look at Cresselia and say, listen, he's an idiot, get him out, he'll be back to normal.
Could you please give me the child? I promise I will not break his neck.
Oh, God.
Now I'm nervous.
You know that she had to hold herself back not to hurt him before.
No, I
Yeah.
wasn't there for that.
Oh shit,
No,
yeah. Okay, so, Striker?
Mm-hmm.
Cresselia was saying that she saw some kind of darkness within Bolt and said that he needs to be killed.
So either way, after her comment, one way or the other, after her comment, yeah, I'll just keep a hold on him.
Are you sure?
If you have to worry about holding back and not hurting him, yeah.
She nods. I understand then.
Wait, but what about returning her Umbreon friends to Salazzle?
Don't you worry about that. Me and Aggron will deal with that. You just go.
She looks at you, Garchomp, and in your head you hear, please, do not allow that one to return to her again.
Oh.
He'll
So wait. Yeah, we can't kidnap him and devolve him and take him away from the pretty smells. That wouldn't be nice.
You just go with Cresselia and enjoy some fresh air. Like a
Out
pet.
of character, has anyone checked on Clauncher's eyes?
No, not yet.
Oh god, Clauncher, please tell me
Wait.
you're normal. I'm gonna look over at him.
He's,
Actually,
he's
he's not
upstairs.
upstairs.
Or is he in the room?
He's
Yeah.
upstairs too.
Yeah, we can't
Oh,
see him
shit.
from here.
I'm gonna go back. You're back.
Yeah, you go ahead and take him. We'll be back momentarily. He's
Klaus,
just gonna pat.
Klabitzer looks at you, he looks completely normal.
Oh,
You okay,
perfect.
buddy?
Okay.
He looks at you and says, yeah, why not?
We're sending the people who aren't so okay back. Do you want to go with them?
No, I'm okay. Why?
Because who do you think is not okay?
He sighs.
You don't have to go back with him, but
I'm gonna go with him, otherwise he could cause trouble, especially in this state.
He'll
He just
nod.
goes downstairs.
And Garchomp is going to specifically walk up to Monsoon and Brainwave and take a look at their eyes.
Brainwave is not looking amazing. Monsoon looks completely normal. You can see that Lupus is currently in the process of buying things from Salazzle.
Then Garchomp's just going to kind of whisper in Lucas's ear as she's negotiating and say, "Might want to hurry it up. Brainwave's looking a little worse for wear."
She looks at him, she looks at you, and she nods, and she looks at, Monsoon, and they just exchange a couple words, and then Monsoon persuades Brainwave to actually go with you.
All right, everyone for
There
the
we go.
emergency exit this way.
Upon seeing this, Crusader just sighs and says, see, she's very dangerous.
Remember
Garchomp's
to buy
just
the
gonna
stuff I asked for, but just don't give her. Get a good. Make sure she doesn't lose too much money.
Garchomp's just going to shrug
don't worry about that.
and Garchomp's just going to shrug to what Cresselia said and say, most Pokemon are... No, most useful Pokemon are dangerous.
She nods.
Anyway, let's head up, Garchomp. Aggron.
She just teleports
Yep.
away with everyone.
Once they're all clear, I'll head back up with Garchomp.
Garchomp is going to stop you, however, halfway up the stairs.
Yes.
We should probably talk about the Umbreon thing.
What about it?
So as of right now, it feels like we've only got two choices, neither of which are great. Giving him back, obviously that's not the greatest option because there's no telling what she would do.
And he'll probably just get in trouble again.
He's going to nod, and he's going to say, and then also giving him to the Guild Association. She is correct. They will execute him. And then if they don't, it would be because she broke in, and that'd be a whole mess in itself to get him.
Well, we could also say that she's willing to pay reparations if they don't kill him. And there is a third option.
He's going to nod and say, yeah, that's what I was getting at, is I have an idea. So,
Okay.
what if we accept her offer, but under conditions that, first of all, she negotiate with the Guild Association in order to... What's the word? I keep forgetting the word where another word for reconcile him.
Recompense.
The another word. The one that's used all the time in the My Little Pony when they convert the evil bad guys, like Discord.
Reconciliation.
Rehabilitate.
Rehabilitate. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. If she specifically agrees to work with the Guild Association to rehabilitate him, since he wasn't within his own mind, because we can't give him directly to them. But if she agrees, then both parties are happy.
I guess
And
there's
we could get. And by the way, I should point out, he's going to pull out the actual mission papers, and he's going to say 3 times this amount is actually.
Garchomp.
It's crazy.
Garchomp. I know the Eevee that she took him from.
Out of character, this is why it takes us so long. We just had an entire discussion, and then you're like, actually, here's another plan.
Well, I mean, that's realistic though. That's how people work.
I know.
This is my first chance I've got to actually bring it up.
Yes, and he's just going to nod and say, yes, I know that Eevee as well. She's kind of famous. But what I'm getting across is I still don't think she's the type to just go barging down here to cause bigger troubles.
No, but she could also speak up at the guild for him about trying to get him help, as well as getting recompense from Salazzle, who's willing to pay to make sure he's not killed.
She's the right hand of the guild. It's.
Oh, I think Aries is confused.
Aries, I'm not talking about an Eevee. I'm talking about the Espeon.
Oh.
She mentioned Eevee because that's what she knew. Because he took him as an Eevee from another Eevee.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that one. That's actually even worse then, because she would have even less pull.
Except for she has worked with the Guild Association.
She has worked with them, yes. From a business standpoint, she gets Pokash for making the guild garments and whatnot, but that's still not a lot of pull.
I mean,
do you know how much
I'm not
pull
here,
she has?
so. Actually, no, I'm not going to talk. I'll see how this goes without me.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Do you even know how much pull she has?
Out of character, Garchomp, with as much as he's dealt with the guild and guild associations over the years, would probably have a fairly good idea, like, how much certain types of Pokemon would mean to the guild association, right? Like a guild officer versus someone just doing business with the guild.
Yeah, basically someone doing business probably has a little bit of pull, but not too much.
Yeah.
No, that's just someone. What about this particular Espeon?
Hard to say.
Yeah, it's really hard to say, but I think we should. I still don't think we should take the risk of just turning him in, because if they do decide to just execute him anyway, despite their, great, now the words are escaping me again. Despite their attempts to get them to rehabilitate him, then this whole thing will have been a moot point.
And you want to what? Give her to her and then try and take him back?
And he's going to shake his head and say, no, like I said, we give him back for now under the conditions that she work directly with the guild to rehabilitate him and take responsibility for his actions. So that way, at least they can work together to come to a mutual agreement. Because otherwise, if she doesn't, we can personally come down here and get him again ourselves.
That's if she doesn't move him away or any of those things, or try or prevent us from coming back.
It's not as easy as you may think to hide a Pokemon.
It may also not be as easy to get them back. He could reinforce his place to stop us.
He's just going to nod and say, and yes, that sort of thing has happened. But at this point, we're pretty much just throwing out what ifs for everything. We got to kind of come up with some sort of mutual plan, and I'm doing my best to find something that works for everyone. So,
Listen, I don't want him to die, but at the same time, he did commit a crime, and unless she wants to go down with us, I don't really think I want to trust her too terribly much with with doing the right thing. She's all about the profit, and if it doesn't profit her, why would she do it?
It's clear she has affection for him, but in the end, look at it this way: she's a businesswoman. In the end, business comes first, so we could even write up a actual business contract for her. And that means a lot more to business Pokemon than you might think.
I'll just trust you. You're the leader. We'll go with whatever you want then.
He's just gonna nod and say, I'll even let you be the one to write up the contract since you're the more intelligent of us. Oh boy. He's just gonna pretty much get out a paper and probably, I'm guessing they usually probably write with like coal, right? Most Pokemon.
That depends. Ink is a thing, though kind of difficult to get.
Garchomp? I don't know how to write in paw.
And unknown, she is more than well-traveled enough to speak unknown. It's fine.
I guess unknown's a pain.
I can help you anywhere you need help.
Would this just be a logic roll or smart logic or?
So pretty much just write up a binding contract that says she has to work with the Guild Association to rehabilitate him and takes full responsibility for his actions as he was under mind control.
Yep, I would say just roll me a logic check. Not a difficult one.
And I will attempt to give you a bonus die on that, just for the heck of it. I succeed, so you get +1 die.
Okay. That is 2 on my end.
Yeah, that is good enough to make a pretty good document.
I'll write it up and I'll hand it to you.
I will take it. And then he's also going to, like, again, show you the contract and say, and not to mention, the Pokash is a good idea too, because we do need it. And he's just going to point to the 5,000 on the page that they were normally going to get paid, and 3 times that is not a small amount by any means.
Yeah, Aggron's just kind of not along. You've made your
All right.
decision, so he's going to follow along.
All right, now let's hurry up and get out of this place before Bolt has an aneurysm.
Yeah.
And then he's just gonna start heading back up the stairs.
Alright, you make your way back upstairs. You can see that at this point, Team Hope has mostly done their shopping. Also, you can see that Cosmorph is still dealing with this. This man is a fucking marine. He's passed every check so far.
He probably has higher vitality than most because he is a seasoned adventurer.
He does have 5 vitality, yes.
Perfect.
But yeah, he is troopering to the shit.
Yes.
Yeah, you can also see that Puchina has bought 2 different ones, and is actually in the process of giving one to Monsoon.
Ah, okay. Upgrades, baby, upgrades.
Yep. They're definitely utilizing this. But yeah,
Perfect.
eventually they are done. Loop is just gonna look around, looks at you guys, and steps aside.
I'll just nod, and I will be the one to approach this time.
Yeah. You can also see that Fracture has bought something.
Oh.
Just bought a cake.
I wonder who it's for.
It is for her because you can see her literally eating it.
Oh, okay. Never
LOL.
Alright.
I'm back.
Welcome back. But yeah, Salazzle looks at
I'm
you and
back in
says...
spirit.
So Salazzle looks at you and says, "Ah, you are back. That was a long conversation you had there.
He's just gonna nod and say,
Where's most of your friends?
Not feeling well.
Ah,
he's just gonna nod to that.
I see that they are not used to this particular area. You
He's
know,
just gonna
Nope.
nod.
the air here gets it clouds your mind. She says with a smile.
Garchomp's eyes kind of roll a little bit at that, but he's just gonna like look at her and then say, "Yeah. Anyway, we have a proposition for you.
Oh, I do enjoy propositions, especially if they are good.
Though we need your word as a woman of business that you will not try to circumvent the system, and you will act upon this offer honorably."
Well, I would first need to actually know the offer.
He's just going to nod at that, and he's going to pretty much lay the contract out on the table. He's going to say, "In the end, we obviously understand that Umbreon may not have done what he did if he was in his right mind. So we're willing to work out an agreement with you."
He reads it over, looks at you and says, I mean, to be honest, if it was anyone else, I would probably not do this. No, alright, no, I would probably do it for many other Pokemon, but I would definitely not do it for just anyone.
He's going to nod at that and say, "I figured, but you seemed attached to him."
A little bit. She looks away. He is the only Eevee I've ever had, after all.
He's gonna
So
look a
in the
little surprised at
contract, I did want to add one thing.
that. Go ahead.
She has to apologize to the friend she took him from.
Oh, yes, I approve.
Yeah. She read it, and she seems to be in agreement for the most part.
He's gonna nod and then say, "All right, then all I would like is for your signature, and
All
then we will take your deal."
By the way, she puts a little kiss mark at the end of her signature.
Once she has officially signed it, he's gonna say, "Just remember, if you go back on your end of the bargain, we will come back for him."
She looks at you and says, there is one thing that I have learned. The moment someone makes a contract, it's usually a bad idea to just walk down upon it.
He's gonna nod at that and roll it up. Use like one of those little fancy bows to keep a document like closed up and put it in his bag and say, "Perfect. Then I think we have come to an agreement." And then he's going to, after that, pull out his mission papers and he's going to say, "Now the difficult part. So I know you have a lot of things, but some of these are some pretty obscure rewards on here. The Pokash, I know you, is like a drop in the bucket for you." He's going to point to the 5,000 Pokash, which would come to 15,000.
Yep, she's just going to look away from you. She's going to spew out for some of her pheromones, and soon you see a Salandit appear basically almost out of nowhere. And she just informs him to deliver 15,000 Pokash, and after a few moments, he will appear with a bag. And just, look at you and say, "Here, for you."
And he will take it. And then he's going to point to the Ocean Resort coupons, and he's going to say, "I don't even know if you have these."
I do happen to have a couple of these, yes. I can definitely give you one. Yeah.
All right.
She will give you an Ocean Resort coupon. And then she looks at the final reward there, the key, and
Zero.
she just says, "Now this one would be a little problematic."
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
That
That's actually
one-
the second to last reward, by the way.
That one I'm not sure I can give you right now, but I would be able to procure it in some time.
He'll just nod at that and say, "All right, that's acceptable." can
well,
come back in, say, a week's time.
yes, in a week should be good enough.
And now the final reward is a mystery item, so I guess we just randomly get something from your shop.
How about this?
Wouldn't it be 3 things from her shop?
Oh, right, yeah, that is true.
How about this? That cute little Shinx over there with strange white bits? How about he goes in the bag? She points at a massive pile of money and items. How about he picks three things? He's adorable, so I will let him choose.
The Shinx that's just kind of rolling on my head?
Yes, the one that's like actually drooling at this point.
I don't think
No.
he's cognitive to make a decision.
I think that's the point that she's getting at, is that he can pick randomly enough, is what she's getting at. Because he's not in his right mind, he won't pick the logical choices, he'll just pick.
I mean, I'd just start. I'd honestly would just point at 3 things randomly if you really want random.
Yes, but I do like the idea of him potentially falling down several times while trying to walk. I mean, look at him. He looks like he cannot even hold himself on your head. That's so adorable.
I narrow my eyes towards her. Says, I would rather not allow my friend to be used for someone's amusement.
Aww.
Garchomp will kind of nod at that and say, that is actually a good point. It is kind of a little mean to do it for that reason.
She's just gonna shrug and says, hey, you know, I need to amuse myself in some way. I literally live in a hole.
You
How
mean your
about-
70-something husbands can't do that?
Oh, they can do that. Don't worry about it. It's just, well, one, I don't have a Shinx as a husband. Actually, give me a moment. She writes something down on a piece of paper. It's just a little memo. And another thing is, I've never actually seen anything like this, because I've never seen anyone fall this, well, this deeply so quickly.
That Blitzel sure seems to have fallen even quicker than him.
I haven't even seen him properly. He's just absolutely got destroyed. Honestly, I think that one may have some problems. Honestly, I don't usually do this, but I would probably send some of my Salandits to get him out of here, because he had a very bad reaction to me. Like, much worse than usual.
He's just gonna nod and say, from what I've heard from Aldino, he had a bit of a drug problem with fairy dust.
Ah, that would explain it. Ah, silly little Blitzel. You should really be careful about drugs.
He just grins at that and says, coming from a Pokemon who sells more drugs than I could possibly even count.
Oh. I do usually tell Pokemon to not do drugs, but I will gladly sell them to them.
He's just gonna shrug and say, fair enough. But on the topic of the random rewards, here's an idea. How about I just, behind my head, I'll throw a random Pokash at your pile of things, and whatever it lands on, that's what we get.
I like that idea. She actually reaches into one of her many leg bags, and she pulls out 3 pieces of Pokash and puts them on the counter. Here you go.
He'll just nod and say, you want to do one, Aggron?
Sure.
He'll hand one to Aggron, and then he'll turn around and toss one back himself.
Okay. Roll me a d10 first.
Alrighty.
Let's see what is it gonna be.
4.
No way.
Oh no.
No way, we were just talking about these as well, but now you are basically... You are in the fear of having to get one of the 2 ones that are actually relevant.
Oh boy.
Wait, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Roll me a d16 on Tatsu, please.
And do. Dice rolls. Ah,
Just tell me the number after you roll it.
Okay.
You have 2 to 16 chance. Basically, 1 to 8 chance that you will hit the correct one. And if not, this usually sells for pretty good pennies, so...
3.
Alright, 3 from the top or bottom?
Top. Why not?
Top?
Yes.
Alright. Low, that's ironic. It falls? It falls on a ribbon. On a magical ribbon.
Ah.
It is a magenta ribbon.
Oh.
LOL.
Huh. Fitting. Alrighty. And then he'll let Aggron throw his.
Alright. Roll me a d10. Let's see what random item you could get.
7.
Alright, 7. 7 is... Oh! Alright, roll me another d10, please.
$10.
Well... Yo, guys, remember those funky XP chests?
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
He just got it again.
Good. He's been missing out on a lot of XP. He needs it.
The RNG, the Mewtwo has spoken, apparently.
Jesus.
Do I even have to give you this on a piece of paper, or are you gonna immediately use it to give yourself 100 XP?
I'll give myself 100 XP.
Alright. And you
Actually, wait. I'm gonna wait until we get a lucky egg.
Okay, and you have one
Yes.
more coin to toss.
Alright.
I'm gonna get
You know
myself
what?
one of those chests one day.
You should give the coin to like Lupus or something. Or Fracture.
Yeah, I was gonna say, since she's a part of this team, hell with it. I'll let Fracture throw the third one.
She looks at the coin, she looks at you. Huh?
Turn around. He's gonna gently grab her shoulders and turn her to face to where her backside is facing Salazzle, and say, just throw it behind you.
She looks at you while she's turned around and just says, I'm not sure it's a good idea to be turning my back towards her.
I'm keeping an eye on her, don't worry. Just throw the Pokash.
He nods. Sorry, she nods and tosses the coin. I'm gonna borrow this, actually no, I'm not. So I'm just gonna go over here.
And after she throws it, he will let her turn back around.
Someone decide top or bottom.
Top.
Okay. Oh. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. There we go. I'm just gonna borrow someone's d20 for this. There we go. 13. And that is... Oh. Okay. That's interesting. So you actually got probably the single rarest item that she would actually sell.
Oh.
Oh my.
Aside
it-
from an Emera brace, of course.
Well, she's not actually selling an Emera brace.
Oh, fair enough.
What is it?
Give me a second.
He is working on it.
And this is what you get from it. This is a very rare item. I've seen this in Explorers only once.
Oh. So, in other words, that's just a instant, maximum difficulty, bring a maximum difficulty team here now.
No. It's much better. This is how you summon legendaries.
Oh.
Can you use it more than once?
Yes. Well, you can only use it once per dungeon, but yeah, you know, if you basically it needs charging, and the charging is a day.
Okay,
Do you want to know what's the price of this, by the way?
go on.
This normally sells for 50,000 Pokesh.
Oh my god.
As in, you know, that's the buying price.
And the magenta ribbon would normally go for?
The magenta ribbon, give me a second. That one usually goes for 10,000.
Wow. So, yeah, we definitely got a very good deal out of this.
Also, give me a second, I'll be back again. I need to close my window and also open the door for my doggo, so be right back.
Okay.
One of these days, I gotta get myself a chest. 'Cause when I take the chest, I get 150 EXP.
Yeah, we know.
So I was away for that bit, so I'm assuming we did decide to hand over the Umbreon.
Yeah, so Aggron and Garchomp talked about it back and forth and pretty much decided that it would be a bad idea to turn him in directly because obviously they would more than likely execute him, and it's taken a gamble, like just saying that the Espeon or, you know, Salazzle could talk them down would be a bit of a gamble. So we decided that a good option would be to hand him over, but write up a specific contract that she will A, apologize to the Pokemon that she took him from, B, she will go to the guild association directly and like work with them to rehabilitate him as opposed to executing him, and C, obviously still make good on her end of the bargain of tripling our rewards.
Yeah, so I didn't want to say anything because I'm not there, but if you guys needed like a bargaining Pokemon to like say, hey, we're kind of strong and you kind of should do this, we can essentially maybe hold the concept of evolution in this area hostage.
Wow, what did I just come back to?
Mono being Mono.
Did I just come back to Mono turning into a supervillain?
Maybe.
No, I'm just. They were saying they didn't have a lot of bargaining power to abstain Umbreon's execution, and I'm like, you guys do know who we're traveling with, right?
And you do know that Eevee can beat up Cresselia to a pulp, right?
Yeah, no, but it's gonna cause a lot.
And also, you got to remember, this is the guild association we're talking about. They don't just work in this area. They are literally on all of the continents, except maybe now not the continent of sand, though.
I'm not saying we would have won. I'm just saying if we needed like I'm just saying we have a bit more bargaining power than you think we do.
Anyway, so, oh, by the way, fun fact. So with this item, I'm actually reading it on the thing. In Explosive Sky, it's bugged out that you cannot actually sell this. You can buy it, but you cannot sell it.
Huh.
What if you buy like a full? If you only buy every one of them, or?
No, they're incredibly rare and can only appear after you finish the game, so it's like a post-game thing, right?
Yeah.
They sell
What if
for.
you fill up your inventory?
Then you gotta buy it. Obviously.
And I'm guessing it's probably endgame because obviously they don't want you to be able to like guarantee, you know, befriending a legendary just by constantly summoning them.
Yeah. You know, the way it works is you go into a dungeon and on the first floor you just use it and it summons a legendary, you beat it up and pray that you can like recruit it.
Yes.
So, that volcano mission. Are we actually gonna do that?
He's a mythical, not a legendary.
Also, do you guys remember the volcano?
Yeah.
Do you
No.
do you remember a certain individual that was at the start of the campaign that was telling you one of the 3 locations?
Yep.
Do you
I have it in
remember?
my notes.
Do you remember the locations?
I have it in my notes.
You know what I'm. Then you know what I'm implying here.
Uh-huh. But if you would like, you can explain for those of us that do not.
It is one of the 3 locations that you guys were supposed to go to anyway.
I'm guessing that would be Mount Mistral.
Well, I don't think it's going to be Mount Avalanche unless it's referring to a pyroclastic flow.
So give me a second. I need to double check this.
I mean, yeah,
Hmm.
pyroclastic flow is lava. That's volcano.
Yeah.
And that was the joke.
So I was guessing not Mount Avalanche because obviously that's in the snow and probably would have a lot of snow type Pokemon, so it'd feel weird if there was a literal fire dungeon out there.
So,
I mean-
Garchomp.
Yes.
You're from this area. You would know that the giant volcano is basically a massive fucking volcano that is very close to the continent of fire, right? It is basically
Mhm.
off the coast of the continent of grass. It's kind of like in between, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it basically created like a volcanic island around it, full of smaller volcanoes, right?
Uh-huh.
And one of these volcanoes is called Mount Mistral.
Ah, so it where I'm fated to go.
So if you're gonna be going that way, you might kill 2. You might hit 2 PGs with 1 rock attack. Wow, I actually managed to do it. I managed to make it sound like a Pokemon thing.
2 Pidgeys with 1 Rock Smash.
It's Mount
Or 2
Avalanche.
Pidgeys with 1 Geopebble. Yeah, Mount Avalanche, Mount Mistral, and the Bottomless Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, bottomless sea. I have that one, and I have note for follow the light.
Yep, so I have that in mind as well. I remember Light will lead him.
Yep. I have notes as well. Yay,
Yep.
notes.
Alright. But anyway, so once she has fulfilled her end of the bargain, he will head over to Fracture and say, I can take him.
You're just going to shrug and just drop him on the ground like a sack of potatoes.
He will carefully pick him up and say, please do right by him.
So, you actually see something. So, you know how she was rather dismissive of the entire situation?
Uh-huh.
You do actually see a little bit of, gentleness to her as she, just takes him, back. She makes sure he's cleaned. She doesn't heal him yet, but she definitely keeps him close to her. She doesn't send her followers to, grab him or anything. She keeps him close.
Yeah, I'm sure she has some sort of holding cell she can keep him in until she rehabilitates him.
Well, you're not entirely sure, but what I'm trying to say is she does not disregard him.
Yes. Alrighty, well, with that dealt with, I believe my friend here has one last bit of business with you, and then we're good to go.
Alrighty then.
And then he's gonna motion to Garchomp so he can go ahead and use his 30% coupon to buy the XP eggs.
You refer to who?
You.
You. Because
said Garchomp.
I can't... Or, yes, sorry, Aggron. I meant Aggron. Because I am an existing customer, so I can't use the discount.
Yep. I pull out the card and list of items we want, which.
And I will also hand you our 17,900 Pokecash to buy them with.
She just gave you the money and you're about to spend it.
Probably not. Hopefully not all of it.
So are you getting everything on the list? The eggs, the scarves, and maybe if they have the counter move?
Wait, you guys have a list?
We're
Yeah, we've been making a list.
Are you
we
checking
were
it
talking
twice?
about it. So we wanted a lucky egg for each of us, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the next one? Sorry, I know we talked about this. I'm just a little scattered.
Yeah, you guys should have probably like written that down or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
The counter TM for fracture.
Yeah, they were talking about getting some magical jewelry for Cloyster or Cloudster to learn his one move, or counter since one of his question marks. I'm like, counter's a TM, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
I wasn't aware.
Yeah, counter is a
um,
TM.
Oh, and the ribbons. I have a
Yeah.
brown aura.
Yes, I have an olive aura.
And I got mine free.
Yeah, you got yours
Speaking
for
of which-
free.
Speaking of
Is
which,
yours-
I need to.
Does yours
Uh,
do anything to you? Because you don't have the 2 soul thing.
I don't have the 2 what thing?
We were
I
told
mean,
that like you needed to have a human soul.
So you misunderstood. The ribbons are useful if you have a human soul. They're even more benefit.
I do believe it
So he
also
still gets
has.
a benefit.
Yeah, I think it still does have greater benefit for me though, as a Pokemon who is bound to humans, like by fate. Because I do know that those Pokemon in the games are also, given additional benefits for being bound by fate with humans.
So, it is a well-known fact that both Lucario, well, Riolu at the time, and Eevee did wear ribbons that had the color of their aura.
Yes.
That's all I'm gonna say to that.
So, and speaking of which, if there is an actual tile version of that, let me know. Otherwise, I'll put it on my little card.
I will create it.
Perfect.
Because this is gonna be probably somewhat of an important thing. Again, I just need to find time because, see, I'm doing so many other things. I just need time to sit down
It
and
is
do
perfectly fine.
these custom, because I have the templates for it. It's literally just me just not having time because it's kind of boring work.
Yeah, I feel it. And sadly, it's one of those things that we can't really help you do either. And while you guys are doing this buying thing, I'm gonna go take my puppy for a walk real quick.
But yeah, I'm fairly certain. Was that all of them after the ribbons? The lucky eggs,
Yes.
counter TM. Okay. Just don't trust my brain to remember even what we talked about half an hour ago.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
because I mean, for the most part, we don't need a lot of items unless you want to get yourself a suit of armor, but that'd probably take her time to procure something big enough.
Why do I need a suit of armor?
He is armor.
I understand that,
Trigger.
but the more defense you can get, all the better.
Why?
So, let's just, I mean, there's no guarantee that you will always have that ring.
True, but if I lose the ring, I think we're in real big trouble anyway.
Did I can't recall because it's a lot of things. The ribbons do they count as garments?
Yes.
Listen, I'll put my magical tiara in storage if I have to. I'm just gonna wear it until I don't have to.
In this. Right, I have the description here. Now I need to copy it 2 more times. Oh, and the final one was olive colored. There you go. I have... Actually, now that I think about it, I've done this in such a stupid way, I could have just copy-pasted the description. Whatever! Here's the ribbons. Actually, keep it there, yeah, because you guys are probably gonna be buying these.
Oh, right. Got a question about this. With the Hoopa ring I have, it pushes all my attributes to their maximum. How does that affect that?
As long as you have the Hoopa ring, it will basically make this pointless.
Hmm. So might not be worth it for me to get mine, just by that fact. Because it'd just be replacing one garment for another, and I mean, again, unless one of you wants the Hoopa ring, I just feel it's the most benefit for me overall.
Yeah, no, we've already established the Hoopa ring is the best on you.
So I don't necessarily need my brown aura ribbon,
Okay.
but we'll see as we're getting prices on all these.
Did we want to look at giving Fracture and Cloyster lucky eggs as well?
How much are lucky eggs?
No, that is
Yeah,
actually...
good question.
I can actually have a look-see at it. Alright. Over here... Lucky eggs... Each sells... for... How is it? I'm just gonna control F this, I'm lazy. At Salazzle's, each lucky egg sells for 3,000. Counter sells for... Huh, really? Wow, that's weirdly cheap. Huh. Why is it so cheap? That's so cheap!
Beep, 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 beep.
Counter just sells for 1,500, guys.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Is that across all markets or specifically at Salazzle's?
Well, it's Salazzle's.
Okay.
And this is before the discount.
Yeah, this is before the discount. And for aura ribbons, they sell for this over here. Oh yeah, by the way, hey Garchomp,
Uh-huh.
here's your aura ribbon.
Oh, I zoomed way too far in. Okay. Oh. Yes, please. And we didn't even have to buy that one. And I did just managed to hear that Taltz is kind of useless.
Yeah,
So-
Touts is useless, so he's not gonna be buying that one.
Okay, so that that saves us another 5,000 Pokecash there. So that means our total is 6,500, and then the lucky eggs. The 3,000 is the buying or the selling?
That's the buying.
Okay, so that's 9,000. Let me.
Also, I just
follow up.
realized that the description of the ribbons spoils what your aura means.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Oops.
Oh, I didn't actually read mine. Oh well, that's fine because I was gonna get it. So
I mean, do you wanna know?
I'm sure.
The brown aura is the power of perseverance.
Yeah?
Pokemon of this ribbon are known to be always vigilant and keep their head cool even in difficult situations.
Awesome.
So, seeing as that so I wasn't aware about the faded. Did we wanna, because we might have the money for it, get a ribbon for Cresselia? Or a fracture?
You cannot get it for Cresselia because Cresselia is not your fated Pokemon.
Clauser is.
Flowetzer is, yeah. You could get it for him.
Yeah.
But did you check his aura?
No.
Yep.
You have Cosmog and you know where we teleported to if you want to
Yeah,
take out
but
an
would they
Alice.
think of it?
Nope, they would
That's
not.
up
We
to
would
them.
not. I wouldn't think of it. I don't know about David.
Oh yeah, and since everyone is saying theirs, the olive one is actually very interesting because I actually had this one in I have this one in my current Explorers of Sky playthrough, and it's basically open-mindedness.
Okay,
Well,
so
considering I'm pretty open-minded about being her assassin, I think is fitting.
with the 30% discount, we are at 10,850 Pokecash with what we're buying now.
How is this doing the calculations for me? Oh, so generous.
You are welcome.
I do like the fact that you guys are buying shit from her that, like, you can very easily only get here, and everywhere else you would have to, like, order it and such. You're kind of understanding how she made an empire out of this.
Yeah.
Not just the pheromones, she is actually, giving out pretty good deals.
It's not actually too much of a big deal if we can't get Clarissa a ribbon now because he still has that discount ticket.
Yeah.
So we can come back and get him one later.
Oh yeah, by the way, Garchomp, you can see that Lupus now has a new scarf.
Aw.
Yeah.
While Aggron is doing the deal stuff, he's actually going to comment on that. He's going to say, "Oh, that looks good on you."
Lupus just gonna look at you and just say, Lupus thanks you.
I'm guessing it has some sort of power.
She nods. You know that she is currently wearing, what is... what does she have? She has the... the Detect Band.
Detect Band.
Detect Band increases evasion.
Ah, okay. He's just going to nod and say, smart item.
She nods.
And also, if anyone would like it, I am replacing my Zinc Band, which gives +1 to special defense, with the Magenta Aura Ribbon. Otherwise, we can wait to sell that to Kecleons.
Do any of the players want a Zinc Band?
Wait, what does it do again?
Plus special
+1
defense.
special defense, yes.
If it's fracture.
Okay. And if no one else wants it, that I could definitely do that, yeah. But would Fracture want it?
Huh? She will accept it.
Alright.
It will make her stronger.
Yes.
Right. We'll just take it. Should be a shrug.
All right. So that's everything that we would have thought of to buy. So go ahead and do the math now. Again.
Yeah, because anything else, like your daily items, you can probably buy at Kecleon's. Or you can have them be made. But, this is a rare opportunity of you guys being at Salazzle's and you can, like, buy shit.
Yeah.
Before the next dungeon you guys are gonna go into, you guys are gonna find a fucking black market and be here again, and she's gonna be like, wow, that didn't take you very long.
Fair. But yeah, after that, that would leave our grand total of Pokesh still at a not too shabby 7,050. So, yeah.
Right, is that everything?
Yep, that is everything.
Alright, well, these items are yours.
Alrighty.
Everyone can grab your items. There's still one lucky egg here, this counter, that is, I assume that that's just for fracture, right?
Yep.
Alright,
So
fracture.
somebody's gonna have to carry my items because I'm not there.
Fracture is
I
going
mean,
to...
we're going to be teleporting to you soon enough, so you might as well just add them to your character sheet, because we're going to give them to you the second we get back to
I
town.
mean, we could, yeah. For carrying him, we just hand him to Cosmo him. So hold on until we
Oof.
get there.
Accidentally clicked.
Um,
By the way, what would you like Fracture to replace?
I'm thinking.
She's
False
Dragon
Swipe.
Claw, False Swipe, Taunt, and Slash.
Yeah, I'm thinking false swipe.
Oh?
Actually, no. Because Ares has slash as his egg move. It just slash is a nice move.
It just makes
It is.
sense.
What do you? What do you think, Ares? Slash or false swipe?
I mean, I would honestly, if it were my character, I'd honestly replace the taunt. Because, I mean, yeah, it's useful to force them to do only attack moves, but it's very, very situational.
Yeah, fine. Let's get rid of taunt then.
Alright, I'm replacing Taunt, and now she has Counter. She's now even more fighty.
Yes. God, imagine if the fracture that I fun battled with had counter.
Oh god, no. Also, Puchina also got herself a TM.
Oh, what did she learn?
She has gotten herself... Give me a second, what was the thing she bought? She got herself a Tract.
Oh no, the implications. Alright.
She is
yeah,
trying,
I guess...
okay? This is one of those steps towards trying to not just be a Hulk.
Yeah,
That's
that's fair.
Garchomp.
Yep, then with that,
Speaking
after
of which,
everything is...
hey Garchomp, after that trade is done, roll me a Vitality.
Alrighty. Hello? Dice? Thank you.
No.
Okay. Alrighty. 3 passes.
Oh. That's a fail.
Okay, by how much?
By 1.
Ah, okay, so... Yeah, I'm starting to feel it, but, you know...
Yeah, you're starting to feel it. You are very familiar with this feeling, and you know that it might be time to leave.
Yeah...
Like you definitely
I mean,
have
we
like
were
you definitely have somewhat of a clouded mind. And it is getting a little difficult to keep your eyes of Salazzle.
Well, we were planning on leaving at this point anyway, so now that we're done with our trading, he's going to motion for everyone to gather up.
I need to roll for Monsoon. Okay. Yo! 5 passes! Dog!
Nice.
This man is, like, literally immune. I need to roll for Shinx. Bald.
Maybe he secretly has a steel typing.
No, he doesn't, sadly.
I know, I'm joking.
Oh no. Oh no. Hey guys.
Yeah.
Boat
Shinx is in love.
Boat is one step from love.
Well,
Oh,
let's
yeah.
teleport out.
Yep, that's the plan. Alright, hey, once everyone's together, hey Cosmom, do your thing.
The fracture's just gonna be like, oh, I'm coming. Yep, Lupus is gonna hitch a ride.
It is so useful to have not one, but 2 Pokemon in our group that can teleport.
Yeah, next time we do a Pokerole, think about someone playing a Psychic type. With teleport.
Yep.
Someone play Abra. Abras are fun in Mystery Dungeon. I love Abras
Yeah,
because
I
you can
got
just
that
teleport
teleport.
around.
Aren't they kind of one-trick ponies, though?
Yes, at first, but as you obviously eventually you evolve into Kadabra and Alakazam, so you know they get very powerful eventually. No,
Fair
So
enough.
I want to point out I'm still good to go, but we are at the 4-hour mark.
well,
Yeah.
just basically when we drop the first person, we stop.
Yep.
Alright, works for me.
All right,
And,
do
yeah.
you wish to teleport?
Yes, we are teleporting back to Captain Town.
So, right before you guys teleport, Salazzle is going to wave and says, "Please come again and remember about the thing."
We'll definitely go take him on.
Oh, and give my regards to Cresselia.
He's just gonna nod at that and say, sure, no problem.
And yeah, you guys blip away.
How quickly does this stuff wear off?
I actually have an answer for this. So each stage takes 4 hours to wear off. So basically, both Mono, Blitzel, and Shinx are gonna be out for an entire day.
That's fine. We planned on spending a day to relax anyway.
Moment.
It's probably like nighttime or something. I'm not sure what time it is.
I will tell you in a moment.
No, it was actually still pretty early in the morning last time.
Yeah, but you guys,
Weird plan.
but you guys went through a mystery dungeon.
That's fair.
There we go. So, first things first, we need to go with Mono. Mono,
Yes.
you teleported in the middle of the town.
Ah, the sun. Praise the sun.
There is no sun.
Oh,
To-
never mind.
You look up, there is no sun.
Where's the sun gone?
Cruella looks at you and says, "The sun usually goes away at this hour."
Oh. Okay then. Oh, light launcher. Closer.
Toucannon.
Nod. Oh, right. Wait, I didn't find out what his is. What's his aura?
She looks at him and says, what is your aura? She looks, and then nods to herself and says, his aura is indigo.
I should have guessed.
He tilts his head.
Your aura is indigo.
What does it mean?
My aura is olive.
Anyway, we should probably find some kind of place where you can rest up. You don't look very good.
Maybe somewhere that smelled nice like before?
No, it should be a place that smells very neutral.
I prefer to smell something nice. He goes and lies on Cresselia's back. I like this place.
Cruella looks at Clowitzer. Rhodes is also like very wobbly around. Oh, so he's just looking at this. What to do? Hey, Toucannon, they have a guild here, right?
Yep.
Let's go there.
Okie dokie.
And yeah, like, takes you to the guild.
So I'm still just lying on her back. So if she's invisible, I'm just like flying along without moving.
Well, you see, the funny thing about that is that when you are invisible, right? Like, she's not actually invisible, right? She's just kind of making others think that she's invisible.
Yeah, she's like making them forget they're seeing her, sort of thing.
But yeah, Klobitsu just takes you to the guild. He opens the door, noticing that no one's there except for Salandit. He's about to open his mouth, and suddenly, blip.
Yeah. Hey guys. Climbs down slowly.
Hey.
Long time no see. How you been, buddy?
Klobitsu just looks at you, Garchomp, and says, "Help."
He looks at that, just shakes his head like that was the dumbest phrase I could have ever heard you utter. In his head, he doesn't say that aloud. Then he just,
Well, someone heard you.
Well, that is if she's actively listening. She's not like Espeon. She's not forced to listen to everyone's thoughts.
Yeah, she's not actively listening.
True.
Because with Espeon, it's, it just happens.
You also see
But anyway.
Puchina quickly go to Salandit to explain the situation.
And speaking of that, Garchomp's probably going to also go over, specifically to talk with Puchina, but she will wait, or he will wait until she's done speaking with Salandit.
By the way, I'm trying to move you because your base is just that big.
Oh, right, yeah. I always forget about that because it literally looks like it's almost about as wide as him.
Yep. So yeah, Puchina just, goes ahead and explains the situation to Salandit and then asks if it's okay for you guys to stay at the guild because apparently that's gonna be a thing. And, Salandit just shrugs and says, yes, it's okay, as long as they don't cause trouble.
Perfect, that was what Garchomp was going to ask as well, so actually he's just going to nod, understandingly.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure, as well-traveled as he is, he's probably familiar with the concept that guild teams do tend to work out of multiple guilds.
Well, if you remember, that's actually one of the things that Eevee told him.
Yes.
So he is literally just listening to commands right now.
Exactly.
Yep, and
Fracture.
and Lupus is also like showing a lot of initiative here by like just going ahead and just settling this up.
Yep. And I was more so referencing to that Garchomp would also know that that's something that is pretty common.
Yeah. So yes, Toucannon, what did you want to do with Fracture?
Where's Umbreon?
She looks at you and says, "We left him there."
We wrote up a contract.
Cresselia, they sold them to this nice smelling lady.
She blinks a few times.
We wrote up a contract to have to get him rehabilitated. That was the only way she was gonna get him.
Without him being executed.
How is your nice smelling drug dealer going to rehabilitate you?
Well, I mean, that's for her to figure out and follow up. And she also has to apologize to the mayor that she stole him from.
And what about the one he killed?
I'm trying not to think about that.
By the way, Shing's
Yeah, I know.
wobbles down from you, Aggron.
Oh god, the Sunstruck group is gonna be so confused as to like, oh hey, Bolt's back. Why does he look
hey.
so weird?
Hey, Aggron.
Yeah?
Bolt just slides down you, from your head to your arm and down. Then he hugs you one of your legs and says, "You are the best friend I ever had.
Aw.
If only you were Zorua. If Zorua was like you, that would be nice.
Well, you just need to work with them on that.
If only I was a better friend too.
Nah, you're fine.
But thank you. I like all of you. You should join our
I go and
guild."
hug him.
He will give you a hug back.
I'm already part of a guild.
Yeah, you should join our guild. You could be in a team together and stuff. Hearing this, Lupus just rolls her eyes and starts going towards Bolt.
Oh, Bolt, or Lupus, or one of you, or both of you, or some of you, come grab me and Cresselia tonight, and we'll try and help with that Zorua thing.
Is it just looking at you? Lupus looks at Bolt. What is the bird talking about? And Bolt just says, the flying one, the big one, the Cresselia one can help with the problem. Lupus looks at you, Toucannon, and says, "What did you promise him?"
Cresselia can help me talk to my inner Pokemon. Maybe she can help Zorua and Bolt talk to the original Zorua.
Puchera again rolls her eyes and says, "Lupus, no idea what this means."
I'm not too sure though, because
and then
dark type, but we'll find out.
And then Puchera looks at Bolt and says, "Bolt, you should go back now. You are not entirely there." And Bolt just says, "But I am there, right? I'm here, right?"
Bolt, remember I told you, in order to talk to your friend with Cresselia, you and them must be asleep.
That's true. I should probably be asleep, but I wanna ask the nice lady if she wants to join the guild.
But Cresselia is staying with us.
No, I mean the other nice lady, the one that gave us items.
Oh, the one that smells good.
Lupus just like pokes him in the face and says, "Stupid Bolt, please, just go to your room." But I don't wanna. She pokes him again. Go room now. Okay. Good. She picks him up.
No, Aggron, were you able to buy all the items?
Y'all, and I will hand you a lucky egg.
And the
And
ribbon thingies?
ribbon. Yep. Well, I got one
Wait.
for you. I didn't need one.
Wait, where's Cloncher and Fracture and Cresselia's?
We didn't have enough to get all the ribbons. We can only afford one.
I don't know how to say this in terms of meta, but like, would I know only a Clovis is going to be affected by it?
You probably don't. You didn't ask any questions about it, so you wouldn't even know how they work.
Yeah, true. So, all I know is like you need to be like linked. So, well, we'll get you one later. Okay.
Robinson just shrugs.
And then like he just remembers, but you two didn't want ribbons. We can go to the spa later instead if you like. Well, looks to Cresselia. You wanted food, right? I can get you food.
Fracture had cake.
Oh. Okay, then I'll get you a cake tomorrow.
She knows.
I go and hug Fracture.
She looks awkward. She's not used to physical affection. Oh god. Oh god. Panic. Panic at the disco. Oh yeah, Garchomp.
Yes.
You saw Lupus just like go soft bolt essentially. You can see Arouse just kind of wobble towards his room as well. And you can see Monsoon just sigh tiredly.
I think it's best we all just get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Hey, Salandit, which room would be the guest room? It would be the one in the back, next to the storage. All right. Well, guys, I can lead you there. Lupus. Lupus almost in the hallway. Just backs out like a truck. Looks in the general directional cast form and says, "Yes. Do you have the key to the guest room?" Lupus just nods and just walks up to cast form and just like gives him the key. Only for cast form, then to give the key to you, Garchomp.
He will take the key, and he'll tuck it away in his bag. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a room at the very end of the hallway on the left. The first room on the left.
Perfect. I appreciate it.
Alright. Alright. Well, let's all go to our rooms. How is this boat doing? Lupus just looks at the drooling Bolt, then looks at the Monsoon and just says, "Not good."
I'm going to just as we're preparing to head to our room, Garchomp's just gonna walk up directly behind Trumbeak and just pick him up by the back of the neck and carry him off towards the room, motioning for everyone else to
Hey.
follow.
What are you doing? I've got plans.
Nope, you're going to bed.
Yep, you're going to
No.
bed.
I was gonna go on a lovely flying date with Cresselia.
You can
Big
do
fun.
that when you're in your right mind.
In
I'm
your
gonna turn my
head.
head and look at Cresselia. Cresselia, do you think that's a good idea?
No, it would be better for him to get better and then we can do that.
Can I do it in my dreams tonight?
She nods.
Actually, no, I can't do it tonight. You need to go see Bolt and make him happy because he's sad.
She looks at Bolt. She sighs. She looks at you. She then looks at Bolt and says, "Being beautiful is very difficult sometimes."
Do what you can.
By the way, I said that out loud. You guys want to stop her from helping Bolt while he's high? That might be a good idea.
I'll take care of Bolt, don't worry.
Well, by now, Bolt is in his room resting.
Oh,
So,
well, then,
no, not yet. See,
Yeah.
Bolt is kind of heavy, and Puchina, even though she's very strong, he is still basically her size.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
fair.
pick up Bolt and follow Peachiana. Says, just lead the way, alright?
She looks at you. With her eyes, she's thanking you.
I just nod.
Oh, if so one big takeaway. Do we pass the zebra Pokemon? Goddamn the names. Do we pass his room?
You will see that they actually... Well, you will not see this. Actually, no, you will see this because you guys are kind of going there together. You will see that they actually, in this guild, they actually have the same thing as you guys have in your guild, as in, they now have team rooms. And as you guys, as Routes opens the door, who is basically ahead of everyone, you can hear snoring from inside the room. And you can definitely see that Blitzo is asleep.
I would like to throw something at Blitzo.
Excuse me?
Why?
I would like to throw a certain item at Blitzo.
Okay, what are you throwing at Blitzo?
A Salazzle plushie.
I am going to stop him.
Alright, roll me dexterity, Toucannon and Garchomp.
Just straight dexterity?
Just straight dexterity.
One
All
pass.
LOL.
Give me a second.
I cannot even imagine how Aries could fucking fail this, but let's go.
One pass.
Hang on.
Are you using will?
Yes.
Are you
about to rest.
serious?
We are about to rest, so... Okay, 2 passes.
Oh my god, you almost had 1 pass as well?
I did have 1 pass.
Oh my god, that would have been amazing. Alright, you just barely stopped Toucannon from throwing the plushie.
Don't do that. He needs to get her off his mind.
I was trying to do something nice, right?
By the way, guys, you can see Rouse literally just faceplant into the bed and just immediately fall asleep. Just blah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You guys would see Casper just float inside the room, and you know, Lupus would look at you, Aggron, and would be like, you know, Lupus will take boat here. Aggron? Lupus was like, she will take boat now.
Oh, I was just gonna lay him on the bed for you, but if you want to take him right now.
Yep, she just nods.
Take care.
She just takes him and moves him over. Just puts him on in his bed. She gives him head pats. And then she makes her way to Blitzel and lays down literally on him. Blitzel doesn't even know.
He just knows he feels funny. Well, I pretty much just carried Trumbeak and Cosmom off to our room, so
Yep.
the door is currently open as he sets them both on their own beds.
Right? Actually would make it there. Celia would make it there. Because Corsair does actually sleep.
I thought you was gonna go see Bolt.
My friend, do you know how the power works?
No, that's why I don't know.
She can basically do it when she's asleep, right? And she can just do it to just about anyone she wants.
Oh, okay.
She's basically Princess Luna, I just realized.
Yeah?
Lol.
For some reason,
Though,
I thought
Princess Luna
I
with
thought
a
you
lot
need,
less
like,
remorse.
She's Princess Luna when she was Nightmare Moon.
Yes.
No, see, that would imply she's evil, but she's not actually evil, that's the most horrifying part.
No, she's not evil, but she has the lack of remorse of Nightmare Moon.
Yeah, so it's like a mix between Luna and Nightmare Moon.
Yes.
So while I'm being carried off, I'm just gonna send her a psychic message like, I don't think what Garchomp did was the right thing, giving Umbreon to Salazzle.
She will make sure that you're the only one receiving this, and she's just gonna look at you and say in your head, yes, I think it was the wrong decision as well. But we will see where it goes. To be honest, I think that the situation with Shinx was also a wrong decision. And going to Salazzle in general was a wrong decision. Many wrong decisions were done today.
Well, like I said back in the dungeon, I promise to stay by your side and help you the best I can. I really, 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 really just keep emphasizing really a few times. Do not want to kill Bolt, but if you really needed me to, I would choose you.
She's going to shake her head and say, that is not your decision to make.
I want to help you lighten your burden.
I appreciate that. She will levitate you close to her.
I just rest on her.
And yeah, the last to enter is Aggron, because he was slowed down by Lupus.
Yep.
And yeah, Aggron, you are in a room that is a bit smaller than the one you are used to.
Yeah, I just need a fireplace to curl up.
Yeah, and You guys will be in a room, finally being able to deactivate after the day. By the way, do you want to use your 100 XP chest?
Yes.
Alright, you gain 100 base XP. If you have any modifiers to XP, it will go up as well.
How does Lucky Egg affect that?
Let me... what does it say?
I mean, it says receive 1 extra point per battle.
Oh yeah, so it will not give you extra XP for this, but every time you are in battle, you get one. You basically get XP as if the battle was 1 tier higher.
All right, I'm at 196 total, total so far.
Nice.
But yeah,
125 available.
you guys will obviously get XP for finishing your session.
So
And
another +2.
And if you want to do it right now, you could also do your levels, or we can do it next time.
I don't really have enough XP to do any levels, except if I wanted to apply, like, what are they called? A specialty first level, but eh.
You have survived. You have survived the journey to Salazzle.
We didn't get any XP for the recap, by the way.
I'm pretty sure you did.
Well, we didn't actually think about it. It wasn't talked about because by the time that we had finished it, we were talking about the fact that we had been doing it for half an hour and then we forgot. So we actually did not get the +1.
Well, just give yourselves the XP as well.
Yep, that's what I was about to say.
That was before. Well, the egg is also only for combat, so.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. So just do it, foreheads.
Yeah, just do it. Honestly,
And
if
also,
if
I
I
did.
forget about giving you XP for the recap, just give it to yourselves, guys, because like I sometimes forget. I'm just human. I'm sorry.
It's fair.
I'm
That's pretty
a
much why
boring human.
That's why I was gonna say. I just was already planning on just doing it, so it's
Oh,
fine.
by the way, while you guys are doing this shit, hey Aries, I have a question for you.
Sure.
How much are you looking forward to dealing with this nonsense? Because you now have 2 members of this team basically deactivated for a day, and you have 1 deactivated for like half of a day.
Well, chances are Eevee probably won't even see them by the time they recover because they're out on a mission now.
Well,
So
yes.
this will all probably be resolved by the time they get back.
Yes.
I'm gonna get my hand on one of those chests one day, and it's gonna be awesome.
Well, I mean, you can buy them from Salazzle, it's just they're kind of expensive.
I still have my discount coupon.
And by the way, the cool thing is, you guys actually got way more money than you would normally get for this mission, because the tax would go on it.
Exactly.
So you actually kind of played you played your guild.
So I know they never. I know. Would she have? I said a little. Oh, sorry, words. English.
Okay?
Calm down. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. Sometimes I just speak too quickly.
I can tell.
When I jokingly said because when she was offering stuff, when I jokingly said an Nemera brace, she wouldn't have gone that far, would she?
What do you mean?
I joke. She said she asked if there's anything we could like do or trade to give us for Umbreon, and I jokingly said an Nemera brace.
I mean, she would not give you an Emera brace, I'm sorry. So I need to write it down in my notes that you guys have decided to leave Umbreon with Salazzle. It's important because this is a big like plot thing.
Yes.
Alright.
Mini note to self: Dracelia's opinion of Garchomp continues to fall.
It can go ahead and fall. He's trying to do the best by everyone, even if it's not what everyone likes.
Also, look at
So-
these 2 groups. A tiny group over here, huge group over here. Okay, Aggron is bigger than all of these combined.
Yo, there's a good chance Fracture might evolve.
Well,
Actually,
again, she has to go through the trials on this continent, and she has to have an item.
Yeah, I know, but I meant like that story. Wait, does she need an item?
She does need an item, yes.
was she?
I don't remember what it was, but
no,
I remember.
No, she just needs level 48, doesn't she?
Yeah, she just needs
Okay,
level.
cool.
Oh,
So-
I could have sworn there was some sort of stone.
Nope.
Quick question: If I purchase a point of instinct, will it make my logic go down?
Yes. If you purchase it to XP, it will make the other one go down.
Hmm. Well, I'd be in equilibrium.
Yep.
Hmm.
I mean, do you care about equilibrium though?
I'm curious to talk with my inner Pokemon, but at the same time, I don't want my logic to go down.
So we've established this before. We just like keep having things that stop us from doing it, but Cresselia could just let you talk to your inner Pokemon.
Well, no one's been able to explain that to me yet.
Yeah.
No, we have told you. Oh,
So
this is something that we've told you.
I need to do a little thingy here. Actually, now that you
don't
reminded
think
me.
we told Aggron about that.
Give me a second. I need to do a roll here.
Oh, no.
Cresselia.
Well, could you have put the dots together, given that we've talked in front of you about her helping another human talk to their inner Pokemon?
I'm gonna go off of the fact that I haven't quite caught on to that, so
That is completely a valid way to roleplay. I'm literally the last person to ever tell you that roleplaying as you not knowing something is the wrong way to go about things.
because there's enough to distract my character, let alone me, in all this. So yeah, he's hasn't really caught on to that.
Alright, by the way, if you guys are done, please remove your d6 from the orange. So that I know I can save the table and we are stopping for today. Okay, everyone remove the thing from the orange. I'm gonna save the table. Well, I do hope you guys have enjoyed yourselves.
Yeah.
Today was a very roleplay heavy session, and you even got yourselves a quest that is not a mission. And you even went against your original mission.
Yep.
Wow, look at you. What is gonna be the plan next time for you guys?
Well, I'm
Yeah.
going to
We're-
besides having some flying lessons with Cresselia, I'm going to teleport to a few places to sort out some stuff, borrow some money.
You are not gonna be doing anything for a day.
Yeah, I know, not today, anyways.
Yeah,
I'll probably
so
go and talk to
Espion,
Espeon. Yes,
I assumed. That's kinda a big deal right now.
just a smidgen.
Oh man, that's gonna be a conversation. You're gonna have to think about like how to present this to her.
I'm honestly not sure what Garchomp's gonna do for a day,
Like,
because
Strikey Boy, tell me, how are you gonna go to Espion and tell her that the Umbrian that has been causing havoc in the area is actually the Eevee that she was like sweet with way back when?
I will probably start that I found the Eevee she was sweet with.
Oh boy.
And,
Raise their hopes.
I guess
No.
what Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say. I guess what Garchomp would probably do is go back to the Treasure City Guild to pretty much just debrief them on everything that's happened.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty important.
Yeah.
Everything?
Yeah, everything?
Don't you worry about it.
You know, definitely you guys have a little bit of homework to like figure out, you know, like how are you going to spin all of this? Not Mono. Mono doesn't have a homework. Mono is like
Yeah.
Mono deactivated himself basically.
Yeah, that's because Mono got high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Garchomp's highness is gonna be gone in like 3 hours. So basically, if you guys could take a nap, it's gonna be gone. But Mono's, that one is gonna stick for a little bit.
In the group, that's Mono.
Like,
Mono's
give
excuse
me a
right now.
second. How long is Mono's thing gonna stick? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 20. Oh my fucking god.
Keep counting up, buddy.
Mono,
Yeah.
your thing is gonna stick for 36 hours.
Oh.
So we're gonna be resting for 2 days.
No.
Fuck.
Uh,
Actually, the funny thing is, Bolt is on the same level.
so, this is completely up to Cresselia because she does get to hang out with Toucannon the whole time. She could use Wish.
She is not going to use Wish on that.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Since it's technically a poison effect, could we P.E.K.K.A. berry it?
Nope. Cannot pick up buried in the games, cannot pick up buried in this. I know it makes no sense, but you can't. It's like so established you can't that in the manga, they literally tried it and it doesn't work.
You know, I've got like 3 different notes. I keep having notes of things I keep needing to do, and now I'm gonna have to like lose an entire day and a half being high.
Yeah.
Well, next time you're gonna be going to fucking Salazzle, maybe like don't go there in a group full of guys.
Who are weak? Well, not weak to it, but who are not resistant to it.
Susceptible.
Yeah, like
Yeah. What?
you can bet your ass that Monsoon is never going to take the whole group there ever again. He's probably gonna go there with Lupus, and that's gonna be about it. He's never taking, especially Blitz, is never going to Salazzle ever
Yeah.
again.
How long is Blitzel's gonna last?
His is actually twice as bad. His is going to be a long time. Because you
72
see,
hours.
his is 80 hours.
Oh.
So he's deactivated for like a very long time.
So, one of my objectives is to go back to the black market
Oh no!
and buy Clowertzer that one of the ribbons.
Okay.
Well-
I have an idea how we could solve this. Just tell Lupus to do it.
Or
Oh,
Aggron.
I was going to yeah, I was just gonna ask one of you guys to go buy him one of those.
Yeah, like Garchomp is pretty resistant. Aggron is literally immune. Cresselia is a chick. Fracture is a chick. And
Well-
Kulavitzer is literally made out of 100% I don't give a fuck-amanium.
Yeah, we did kind of beef up his vitality specifically.
Yeah, this man is such a beefcake.
And yet he still got evaporated by a hyper beam.
Well, I'm sorry, that's a hyper beam.
Yeah.
That's a fucking hyper beam. We cannot compare the two.
So pretty much the only options for like a guaranteed no issue is just Aggron. Because Cresselia won't. Fracture might mess something up because, you know, she's still mostly feral.
She means well.
And she means well, yes. So the only intelligent of us that would go there and is immune would be Aggron.
Well,
So,
Aggron,
yeah,
it has been decided.
Well,
Yeah.
if we need to go
Did you-
back, it's sending me.
Yeah, I was gonna like. He'd want to ask Cresselia, but he knows she doesn't like it there, so he wouldn't ask her. Yeah, enough said about Garchomp. Yeah, he'd ask you. Well, so that box, the legendaries become in here. If we tried to use it on like a volcano, are we gonna accidentally summon like what's the red version of the red one in the Rayquaza trio thing? The
Groundoon?
Groundon.
You cannot summon Groundoon.
He's
Okay,
a
so-
bit beyond just a legendary.
Well, no, the whole thing with Groundoon and Kyogre is that at any point they need to be essentially killed, and their dead bodies have to be kept in stasis in special places, because if they ever awaken, they will just casually start destroying the world.
So basically, my question is, can we use that thing to just summon the Heatran to the floor?
I mean, if you guys go there on that quest, he's gonna be already there. Now, if you use it there, I can tell you who you will summon, though. Moltres. Moltres, who, by the way, the angrier he gets, the better stats he has.
Hey, Moltres. If you leave us alone, I can ask Cresselia to give you sweet dreams.
Moltres is like, dreams are for newbies.
We just gotta beat him up and then try to recruit him.
You can recruit Moltres, that is true.
No, I don't want to make Cresselia cry.
Did we have recruited Zapdos way back when?
Yeah.
Oh,
You can technically try to recruit anyone that isn't like story bound to not be with us, like the gods and whatnot.
Well, actually, you can actually recruit just about anyone, really, because even the gods sometimes just kind of vibe with whoever, like, beats them up or whatever, and they could just like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna vibe with your group for a little bit. Yahoo!
Yeah,
Fair.
I don't think we need to recruit anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, out of the three godly trio, right? Giratina is the one that always joins you instead of fighting you because he's the smartest of the three. And he knows that, you know, at this point you've beaten up both Palkia and Dialga, so what the fuck are the chances of you not beating up him considering he is weaker than them? So he's like, fuck it, no fighting you. How about I join?
My other objectives was to teleport back to Treasure City, go buy stuff, go drop off stuff, say hi to the guild and tell them we'll be back in like a little while. Like, but you're back right now. It's like, not really.
Yeah, you guys will be able to chillax for a couple in-game days now, because it is no surprise that if you return after this horrifying journey to Sandstone, you know, you can probably imagine that Lucario and Eevee are first gonna scold you, and then they're gonna tell you to rest.
Yeah.
So, but I've never been high. Now I need to take a high vacation.
I mean, you do have that coupon.
Yeah, we do have a coupon to a literal vacation destination.
Yeah, that is owned by a character from Explorers of Skies.
The Ocean Resort coupon. Oh, and I will be keeping very close track of how many in-game days have passed now, because we have to go back to Salazzle's in a week.
Yep.
How much money do we have?
After buying the TM, the eggs, and the ribbon, we are currently left with 7,050 Pokash.
So 30% off again. We can afford the scarf of Bowser.
You mean the ribbon?
Ribbon, yeah. When it comes to like using gummies, is it better to have like the scarf not on at the time because it'll be lower, or does that not change anything?
Well, those are temporary bonuses, and the gummies are permanent, so you actually go below whatever you have it on right now. That's why you are supposed to have difference between temporary upgrades and permanent ones. That's why I keep telling
like
you, use 2 different colors.
Yep, like if you look at my character sheet, that's exactly what I did. I put on the ribbon, and specifically to mark all the stats that it boosted, I used orange markers.
Yeah, you can do it in any way you want, just make sure you understand it.
Yes. And I did the same with, like, the the natural that I have. I picked a specific different colored one and put it off to the side, so I know that that is not a actual specialty.
Okay, I just realized the next day, like after, in the morning, Monsoon and Lupus are gonna have to deal with 3 people in the room being incredibly lovesick.
Yeah.
This is going to be a room of depression.
Actually, I'm worried about that because let's just say to those who don't follow the Sunstruck too much, this I feel like it's the sort of situation that Lucas would take advantage of because let's just say Blitzel or Shocker doesn't really have a thing for Lupus normally. But she definitely has a huge thing for him, but he's not in his right mind right now.
Oh no.
All right. I've got this written down. When it comes back to the town. So I'm going to ask Fracture to go to the Flygon and such with flowers and apologize for me being unable to join them tonight.
Who? Who are you gonna ask to do that? Oh, Fracture. Oh boy, Fracture's in for it.
Yep. So I've got that as a note, so that is the first thing I'm doing next session before sleeping, if that's okay with the DM.
Oh, sorry, what were you saying? I was replying to a person in chat.
I'm gonna ask Fracture to go find the Flygon and such, and bring them flowers and apologize for being unable to join them at the hotel.
You absolute maniac.
Yep.
You
See that, Mono?
agent of chaos.
Yep.
Oh my god, Mono.
So yeah, I've got that written on my character sheet, so if you're okay with us doing that at the start of next session, then yes.
Absolute unit, this man.
I just realized my items are kind of like set at this point now that I think about it. I don't really have any, well, my wearable items. I don't really have any wearable items that are worth switching out for anything anymore now.
Let me have a look. So you have Emerald Brace, yeah. You have Lucky Egg, Ribbon, Iron Armor. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's some items that, there's some weird, like, really strange garments that you can wear. Like, let me have a look see at this. For instance, there is...
Maybe an improved armor, I guess, if there is an improved version.
Like, for instance, there is, Weather Band that makes it so that weather effects are always normal to your team.
We've got Sunny Day.
No, Sunny Day could actually screw you over, though.
Yeah, you gotta remember, every time I use it, it does debuff Cloudser.
Yeah, there's also Joy Ribbon that you could have that gives you XP when you get hit.
Oh yeah,
I know that one. My Sylveon has that. Or no. Oh no, that's right. It's my current Eevee and Sunstruck that has it.
There is a band that you can wear that makes you immune to range attacks.
wait, what's that?
It's called a Bounce Band.
Oh, put yourself, get that.
Any projectile-based range attack gets bounced back. So actually better, it gets literally bounced back.
Well, I'm a backline fighter. That would be really nice on me.
Yeah, but see what I'm getting at though is unless there's something that can have like better physical protection than iron armor, he probably wouldn't really go for it.
Yeah, there's also lots of different like other garments here. For instance, there is one that makes it so that you could be put to sleep, you could be napping, you could fall prey to nightmare or fall for yawning status. There is one that makes it so that you can see all the traps, so basically you can never fail, like trap searching checks. There is one that gives you the critical thing on every move in the game.
Improved critical?
Yes, it's called
How would
Skull
that
Plans.
How would that work with Slash then?
And it would not work. It would literally just adds that feature to every move. There's lock-on specs, which makes it so it basically increases your accuracy of all of your moves by 3.
Ooh, I would like that.
There's X-ray specs that makes it so that you're always aware of every tile. What that means is that you can basically choose the tile that you will be putting down.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of broken.
I mean, these are endgame items, man. There's also, the musical items, which basically make it so that as long as you wear it, they will make the whatever type they are connected to, they will make it so that you always recruit them no matter what.
Oh.
There's the 8 million different chests that you can use to get different XP or money values. There's
Wait, that chest that we got, the 100 one, is that like the biggest one?
yes.
Damn, we're lucky.
Yeah, actually. There's 4 different ones.
So, my total XP I've gotten in the game is 173.
My total earned XP now, 242.
Another thing that you can get is... There's shit tons of chests again. There's a lot of held items that specifically increase damage of specific moves. Like, like let's say grass type moves. Like stuff like Mystic Water and shit. There's held items that specifically buff the shit out of specific Pokemon. There's one for every Pokemon, by the way.
Oh, I wonder what Garchomps would be.
It is called... It is called Gabite Scale. And what that does is the entire Gabite line gets +2. It's basically the ribbon that you have right now, but better.
Oh.
Yeah, it basically does +2 to everything, and it gives you +2 die on attacks. Like damage die.
Ah. That's actually pretty great.
Yeah, and every single Pokemon has these. The problem is, getting the specific ones is almost impossible because you get them from chests.
So not something that even Salazzle would have.
No. Anyway, I'm now... Since everyone is done, I'm gonna save the table. We'll be going for almost 5 hours, guys.
Yup.
For 3 more hours.
No, stop.
Oh.
And table flip is gonna be allowed. It is allowed. You can flip. I hope you guys enjoyed the session, and everyone on stream, and in the future on YouTube. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.